discussions that we've been having. But before we kick off the day's proceedings, today is a big day, not just in terms of the conference, but for someone in the room. He's been very quiet for the last 3 days. But as Zuku likes to say, he is as wise as he is nonchalant. So in any moment, if you know you're marking a big day today, you know yourself. So prepare to be ambushed any second from now. So for that part of the program, I'm going to invite Zuku to lead us through the day's proceedings. Thank you. I think he he knows what's about to happen. So Zuku, take it away.
Thank you, Achu. Right in this room, I've been threatened. Thank you for your patience. We were running a bit late on the program, but we are starting off immediately. I want to invite our comrades from the Social Justice Center to just lead us in one song, and then we start. Comrade Wanjor and friends, Minocha.
Viva, comrades, viva. Viva. Viva, comrades, viva. Viva. Viva, comrades, viva. Viva. More power to democracy, more power. More power. Nice to see you guys kidogo. Kabla tu before we ambush our comrade, tusimame kidogo. Hatujatosheka na maandamano. Haya.
More power to the people, more power. More power. Leo ndo wafundisha slogan yetu. Afrika moja.
Afrika huru.
Afrika huru.
Afrika ya kijamaa.
Afrika moja.
Afrika huru.
Afrika huru.
Afrika ya kijamaa.
Viva. So, nitawalead kwa spirit ya Kimathi, ya kina Pinto. Ijae kwa hii room, si ndio? Huo mwenye umesema tumiimbia naitwaje? Tunga. Ni shujaa na tunga we. Ni shujaa na tunga wetu. Ni shujaa na tunga we. Ni tunga na tunga wetu. Ndio maana. Ndio maana. Ndio maana. Ndio maana. Ni wapawa na tunga we. Ni wapawa na tunga wetu. Ni wapawa na tunga we. Ni wapawa na tunga wetu. Ndio maana. Ndio maana. Ndio maana. Ndio maana. Ndio maana. Tunga comrade, loving comrade, here you are, far away from home. We shall love you, we shall miss you, for the things you've done for us. We shall conquer the oppressor and unite from Cape to Cairo, from Morocco to Madagascar. We shall win and win with love. Uganda comrades, loving comrades, here we are, far away from home. We shall love you, we shall miss you, for the things you've done for us. We shall conquer the oppressor, from unite, from Cape to Cairo, from Morocco to Madagascar. We shall win and win with love. Tanzanian comrades, loving comrades, here we are, far away from home. We shall love you, we shall miss you, for the things you've done for. We shall conquer the oppressor, and unite from Cape to Cairo, from Morocco to Madagascar. We shall win and win with love. Kenyan comrade, loving comrade, here we are, far away from home. We shall love you, we shall miss you, for the things you've done for. We shall conquer the oppressor, and unite from Cape to Cairo, from Morocco to Madagascar. We shall win and win. Ayo mama, ayo mama, ayo mama, ayo mama, ayo mama, ayo mama, ayo mama. Mabepari wasikie, mabepari wasikie, Afrika tumeungana, ukabila tumemaliza, Afrika tunakomboa. Ayo mama, ayo mama. Viva.
For those who didn't get the context, the conscience of our region. We appreciate you. We see you, we feel what you do. Last year, at a time like this, I told you, may your sun never set. And when it gets dark, may your moon show you the way. And may the road always rise to meet you. Viva Comrade Sunga, viva! Viva Comrade Sunga, viva! A luta continua. Victory is certain. Good morning once again. We are glad to be here today. And without further ado, I will welcome Dr. Sylvian to lead us in this session. Karibu sana daktari.
Poleni, tumechelewa kidogo. Sorry, we have been late, but we are doing great. So I'm very happy. My name is Sylvain Racco. I'm the director of the French Institute of Research in Africa, and I've been offered the opportunity to have a session, and we felt it would be interesting to bring in that session not a boring academic talk and so on and so forth, but very much a live roundtable. So we felt the topic of that roundtable would fit the current context in Kenya, which is the youth dynamics, youth issues, youth and political evolution. So the title of this roundtable is Youth and Political Evolution in Kenya Toward a Social Class. I'm going to be very fast on the introduction, but I feel very much happy very much happy. Just a few words about my background, just for you to understand how we draft the topic, looking at this youth generation. I said I'm the director of IFRA, but I am also the drummer of Céline Dion, but not the fake one, the real band, which is not very much known. And I'm saying this because there will be some linkages between with the question I will address. And I've also been involved in trade union, a very small trade union, but very noisy. So I really feel comfortable when I hear this kind of songs and people with a fist like this. So we'll try to orient to design that roundtable in terms of having a fruitful discussion with 5 different people from different angles. So please, I'm calling now the 5 panelists. Maybe I start with Marie-Emmanuelle Pomerol. She's a professor in political science from the University of Paris. It's free, my friend. And she has done extensive research on, let's say, activism, the role of the state in Cameroon, Kenya, but she may present herself briefly later. May I call Mino Kia? She was around, please. Mino, karibu sana from Mukuru Social Justice Center. You'll get the opportunity to introduce yourself. May I call Cynthia from Millennium Digital, please, karibu sana. Then our dear comrade Mwangela Monaja, he's an artist activism and Ora Africa fellow, and Geoffrey Lugano, our colleague from the Rift Valley Institute. Yes, please, karibu sana. Karibu sana. Oh, maybe we need more seat. So we have been told we have less time. We have only 1 hour, and we'll try to keep that time. While he's getting a seat, we plan to have five subtopics. First, it's about, sorry, we are professors, so it's about definitions. What are we talking about when we are talking about youth and Gen Z? Is it the same thing? We're going to listen from them. The second question is about order and disorder. Okay. The third topic is about the link between youth, the way they are organized, and anarchy. I will introduce the question. Don't worry. The fourth one is about the old claims. Are there old claims in a new context? What's new? And the last one would be around integrity and legacy of this movement, right? So I would like to please to give you the opportunity to present yourself very briefly to everybody, okay, before we start to the first question.
Okay. Thank you, Sylvain. So I'm Marie-Emmanuelle Pomerol. I'm an academic, so I'm the boring one in the room. I've been the director of, I've been his boss before. I've been working since more than 20 years on mobilization activism in Africa. I've done some internship in the Kenya Human Rights Commission 27 years ago. So I'm very happy to be here and to see that the civil society is still really energetic in Kenya.
Aye. Yeah, my name is Monaja, that's my artistic name, but I am Mongela Kamenchu, that's my name on my ID. I am an artist. I'm passionate about making songs that speak to the context that we are in. I actually have an album called June 25th. You can check it out online. And I also happen to be a reluctant academic, so that's about it.
Viva comrades, viva. Viva. More power to the people, more power. More power. My name is Minocha. I am a community organizer from Mukuru Community Justice Center, but I am also an artist working with the Social Justice Center's Traveling Theatre. It is a group that is using theatre and other types of performing arts to advocate for social justice. Yes, professionally I'm supposed to be a banker, but this country.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Wangoi. I am a creative content writer. I write content for specifically young millennials and Gen Z. So I consider myself a creative, and I'm also an aspiring creative nonfiction writer for novels. And on behalf of the Millennium Digital, I am very grateful to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Geoffrey Lugano. I wear two hats. I'm an academic, and I also manage an education and training program at the Rift Valley Institute that is hosted by the BIA. We are neighboring the IFRA Institute, and I'm here to talk about youth issues because I also feel youthful. Thank you so much.
You may clap for them, maybe. Thank you. Thank you, very interesting panelists. So now the first question. So because we have less time compared to what was planned, I would suggest, because we'd like to go through the 5 questions. So if someone does not feel comfortable with a specific question, you don't have to address that question. Is that okay? In order to save time, okay? So the first question is about definition. How do you define youth? How do you define Gen Z? And is it the same thing? What unites youth and Gen Z? Please, who would like to address that question? Yes?
I think I can. So first of all, in addressing that question, how many of us in the crowd consider themselves as youth? One. How many are youth? I can see so many hands. How many are Gen Zs? Quite a handful. So for me, yeah, that gets it. It's a feeling. When we say I'm a youth, I think I remember there was a clip going around when, how many of us are active on TikTok? When Balamwezi was saying, when he was being questioned, when he went to the streets, and he said, in a very funny tone, Nana mesema mimi si Gen Z. Mimi ni Gen Z. And it was quite, if you look at the face, he looked so old. And I also remember there's another correlation with this idea of being a youth at heart, when Oburu Odinga has always been ridiculed. Oburu is the brother to Raila Odinga, older brother. If Raila is 80, imagine how old Oburu is. Probably 85, and he looks really old and tired. But people from Sierra County normally say, this is our youth leader, an orphan who also needs to be helped. So for me, I think the idea of youthfulness is a feeling. You can feel youthful at heart. It depends on how you consider yourself. Do you still have the vitality that comes with youthfulness? Do you still have that energy? And this speaks to the idea that the idea of youthfulness is kind of an inclusive concept, because if you think of youthfulness as being a situationship, a kind of condition where you are, regardless of your age, it defies all the norms and conventions of defining youth. Because if you look at the UN definition of youth, it begins from the range of around 13 years to 24 years. So taking that formal demarcation, it kind of limits how many of us can think of themselves as youth, such that if there is a clarion call for the youth to go to the streets and chant one term, not so many of us will go, because, like myself, I'm almost 40. But if we say youthfulness is a feeling, being at heart, that all of us are included, such that even the likes of Oburu Odinga, who are 80, and the likes of many of you can actually claim that youthfulness. So we think in its broadest sense, it is kind of a very inclusive terminology, how Kenyans use this. And Kenyans conflate Gen Zs and the youth because there's no clear demarcation. So a Kenyan who feels youthful at heart kind of thinks of himself as Gen Z. So when you see the revolution, the Gen Z revolution actually out there, it's not people who are actually born between 1997 onwards, as the official figures kind of suggest. Gen Z is kind of a moment of awakening of the youth, of political consciousness amongst those who feel of themselves as still youthful, the people who are still useful at heart. So it's a very, very fluid term that kind of includes so many people. Yeah.
I think I would add very briefly to what he said. I think I won't talk about youth, but G and Z, because in Kenya almost everyone is a youth. But now G and Z, I think G and Z is a generation that has discovered its mission and is here to fulfill its mission. You can be, because For example, me, I'm not a Gen Z, I'm a millennial buana. So you cannot tell me that I'm not going to the streets because I will be recognized when this history of this country is being told that I was in the streets fighting for. So I think basically it is a generation that knows its mission and it is willing to achieve it. It doesn't matter how old you are. I really don't think it matters how old you are. Yeah, it's a matter of heart.
I think this Gen Z identity is really meaningful for different reasons. First, it resonates globally because there are Gen Z everywhere, but also it resonates locally because I think in East Africa you have a lot of age groups society. And there is this idea, the notion that younger generation have to take power, like the Mau Mau. As youth, they thought that they would take power at what time. I remember, I think the Mungiki, they had this same kind of speech saying it's time for us to go and be in power. So it looks like the Gen Z, that's their time to take power. So it's really anchored into East African societies.
You can still give me the mic, I can speak like a politician. So, Gen Z, Gen Zote, I think there's also a tendency of the political class to kind of pigeonhole it as Gen Z, the children, and they use it like they say our children, as if you say you are our children, then you can also discipline us. You see, like you say, our children, please listen to us. It's like we can discipline you. Kenya is one big family, and you people in the streets, we are going to discipline you. There's a kind of politics of civility and respect. Respect us with the older generation. And even an archbishop said this some weeks back. I think my community, I come from the Meru, we had certain stages in life. When you are initiated, you either become a Modaka or a Ngutu. And then when you get married, you become a Mokoro, a Moekoro. And now you become the fathers of the land, the mothers of the land. Now you have moved from that youthful stage. So in as much as there's a feeling which Lugano has talked about, there are also certain stages that might make you not associate with that tag and say, wait, out of the networks that I've built in this capitalist society, out of the age itself that I don't have as much energy as someone who's 18, 17, 21. There are those firm issues that would say, this is a person who's significantly older, this is a person who's significantly younger. And now it just boils down to why we are using these titles. Remember in 2013, Uhuru and Ruto presented themselves as youthful leaders, wearing matching red ties. I don't know whether their record in office went with their youthfulness, but because they was presented as vijana wa kuchapa kazi. Now it's your opinion to determine whether walichapa kazi. But sometimes these phrases are bandied about with some sort of political purpose, to present people as either approachable to the youth, or in the present case, to present younger people as defiant and people who are not respecting authority.
Just to add a little on Gen Z. When Gen Z became more popular, when in protest in June 2024, and the people came to realize there's a big difference with this protest, you'll find that Gen Z are very linked with the social media. They love social media. They know that information is very much it's accessible on social media. So when they went to protest, it was they are live on TikTok protesting, and then you would see that information would spread very massively, and then the whole protest was just planned because young people were talking about the taxes that the government was putting, and this is how the Gen Z came up to be at the forefront of this protest. So it is the aspect of social media and the fact that Gen Z grew up in the digital age. Most of them did not grow up in the shamba. Most of them grew up watching Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon. So most of them, you see, they actually effects of globalization. You can see them, they have a real effect on them. They are very vocal to global issues that are happening. Every other thing, the Gen Z are very aware. Yeah.
Thank you so much. You're very good, because you have very brief answer, very sharp answer, so we are much happy. Please keep going on that way. So now we address the second question. The second topic I sent, because I've been brief with only the topic, not the question. It was about order and disorder, okay? About order and disorder. And I see links with the punk movement, in the late 70s, 80s in Europe. The youth was against the established order, mostly, no job, no economic horizon. How can I make my life? The parents are boring, whatever. This kind of, social position about the established order against the elder. So can we say that the Gen Z, they are punks? First, and second, can we say we have intergenerational conflicts in Kenya? Please. Tension. Disagreement.
So I think if you look at the punk movement of the 1970s, it was happening at the time when not so much was happening in Kenya in terms of political awakening. We just came from independence in 1963. So that was following a history of being marginalized, at least politically. So the kind of political awakening the consciousness wasn't really as much as it is now, because increasingly the Kenyan public and the youth and the Gen Zs, not Gunzis, I think the Gunzis also exist. Those were opposed to Gen Zs, the kind of criminal gangs that were hired by the state to counter the Gen Z movement. So I think the consciousness in the current era is much a continuation of that silencing of a generation. So increasingly, given the new tools, communication tools like Twitter, online access to digital platforms, to news, and also the Constitution framework, 2010 Constitution is really a powerful tool that has really increased the political capacity, Kenyan youth to really question power and authority. So the 70s, not so much I think was happening because of our history of colonialism and being suppressed politically, but increasingly it has become much easier for the youth to actually politically hold the lead to account. That's what I could say.
Thank you. Who else? Yeah, just go on.
Okay, I think there'll always be tension between generations, but I think the problem with kind of framing it as generational defiance is that it misses a number of legitimate issues. So you have people who are in their maybe late 20s, 30s, late 30s even, who have failed to transition, who want to start families. But if you look 30 years back, the conditions then, when those who are in power right now are at a youthful age, the times were easy as far as getting by. The living standards, the cost of living wasn't as crazy as it is right now. So when someone frames youth and say, okay, you guys are being defiant, you're disorderly, you're entitled brats, as university students would be told even in the 60s by the then government, it kind of dismisses and delegitimizes some of the questions that they have. You guys know the so-called new funding model of university education that will make families pay more. Of course, it has been challenged in court, but it was a legitimate issue last year. But if one would frame that as, oh, these are just young people being defiant, it delegitimizes, it takes away the legitimacy of some of the legitimate grievances that significantly younger people have. But as far as order and disorder and anarchy, I think that is still the same narrative of you young people do not know what you want, you're a disorderly bunch, you're rebels without a cause, and it just goes down to kind of making light of their problems.
Thank you.
I think what I would say is Gen Z's, I think it is an issue of framing, just to add on what my colleague has said, that it once, when the nation sends goons, when the state had sent goons, as my colleague has called them Gen goons, it is so that to frame the Gen Z movement to look disorderly and just make it seem that it is not for the better of this country, and to maybe silence them and bring a point of fear towards going for the protest. But I would not say it is Gen Zs are punks, because it is a matter of it is a national problem. It is not just the Gen Zs. It is just because the Gen Zs are at the frontiers of this protest, but their claims, they are real. The youth unemployment, the high cost of living, like how would people just, they graduate, but they have nowhere to go. They don't know what to do. They are being forced to leave the country and go to the Gulf and work as maids and other odd jobs. But it is just a matter of framing to make it look bad. But in the real sense, it is such that this country can go to a better state in terms of governance.
Marie?
I honestly don't think, and it is very clear that the GNZs are not disorderly. It is actually the government who came to put all that disorder and everything else. You know, the things that we are fighting against are not ideas in our heads. We are fighting for our material conditions. It is our material conditions that made us come out in large numbers to say we want the right to education. How can you be defending education and building a 1.2 church in the State House? Who will be going to that church anyway? So it is what we are fighting for is very, very clear, and we are not in any way disorderly. But I think the difference that might be there between this generation and the older generations that have been there is, for example, if you look at Mau Mau, if power were to fall on the streets that very day, Mau Mau would have taken power. If you would to look at this struggle of the Mwakenya movement, the way they were organizing underground and all that, if power were to fall on the street, they already had institutions that they were organizing themselves among those institutions, so they knew what will take power if anything happens. But now we do not have something that is solidified as GNZ. For example, that is why you see some of them being bought publicly, and they have no shame and all that. But if we had an organization that we have organized ourselves within that organization, and we are saying we go to State House and power falls that very day, we know who is going to be our president, who is going to go where, who is going to go where. So I think the only thing that is lacking as the GNZs is that. But then again, we are also, it's not like we have not been organizing undergroundly to be thinking of such kind of things. We have been thinking of formation of transitional committees that begin from the very lowest level in our communities, from church leaders, from these lawmakers, NGOs, and all that, to have representatives from all these institutions, so that when the time comes, we know that we can be able to take this power. Because for sure, Ruto is asking, if I go, who is going to come next? And he's very confident asking that. Why? Because he knows we are not organized that enough. But then again, that does not mean that we are not looking forward to organizing ourselves enough, and we are still marching to State House.
Thank you. Just maybe in terms of intergenerational conflicts, maybe there is some moral conflicts around ethnicity, like framing the struggle not in terms of ethnicity, but in terms of class, maybe, or material condition, and in terms also of religion. It seems that religious leaders are facing some strong opposition by the Gen Z. So for this, it could be compared to the punk movement, like trying to confront old moral views by elders and parents and establishment.
Thank you so much. You're very good. And now the third question is very linked, and we started to address it. We were trying to define the topic what, and now we are entering slowly to the how. So now the third point was about youth, Gen Z, and anarchy, because very often anarchy is presented as disorder and chaos. But please go back to the definition. Anarchy is something which is very much different. Anarchy is order without hierarchy, which is very much different. Anarchy used to stand against any form of domination, men over women, state over individual. and anarchy stand on self-organization. So this is the question now. As we see this movement, we've been told they have no leaders, they are disorganized, and blah, blah, blah. This is the discourse we can hear. Of course, we have other discourse. Can we say that we have some kind of anarchist ideology in that movement? Meaning we have no leaders, there is self-organization. So how do you feel it?
I think there's a beauty of, particularly last year, tribeless, partyless, leaderless. There was a beauty of not having those leaders, because it would be easy to say, okay, so and so is going to negotiate on our behalf. We're going to pay them, and then everything just falls apart. But it was strategic, and I credit young people, I credit those of us who are in the streets for not settling and saying this is going to be a representative and so on and so forth. However, just like Mino said, I think ultimately you'd have to think of not necessarily a hierarchy of chairman, secretary, but a vanguard, people who do the intellectual work of the movement and say, this is our strategy, this is how we're going to do, this is how we're going to handle the transition, and so on and so forth. It makes a lot of sense. But when that vanguard, if someone is compromised and they're asked, so who is your leader? They'll say, no, it's that guy who's a leader. This person will say, that guy is a leader. So you won't know who exactly occupies a pole position as far as decision making, because the decision making is going to be consultative. The vanguard would meet with a larger movement and organize. But I think, of course, as state apparatchiks, state operatives would present the disorder, or rather the chaos that was in the streets. And it's really organized chaos, because we know that from history, goons have always been employed by the state. Even when the university students were doing the demonstrations in the 60s and 70s, they were paid people who are acting as agent provocateurs to give the state machinery reason to come hard down on university students. So it's not something new. In any case, in full glare of the media, of cameras, of videos that were doing the rounds, we saw police move with guns side by side, calmly. So the question of whether or not the disorder is really organized disorder, it's not anarchy as your political leaders would have you believe.
Yeah, so for me, I will call it anarchy light, not anarchy in its purest sense, because there is some element in which this anarchy kind of responds to the need for decentralized decision making. So, for example, if you look at the recent Gen Z movement in Kenya, there has been a way in which different powers, centers of decision making, for example, someone comes with an idea of making AI speak about individuals' incompetence. For example, I saw a circulation of Raila saying how he's been a betrayer all the time. We've also seen some people like the lady who was recently taken to court, who created a tool in which you could send multiple emails to the National Assembly to reject the new amendment of the Constitution to entrench the GAF fund and CDF. We also saw Kibet Bull, who was abducted, who was producing very provocative silhouettes and videos. So there's a way in which this disorganized or organized chaos kind of speaks to the innovation. If you have a centralized hierarchy, like how normal political systems are, that kind of order creates uniformity, and uniformity kind of kills creativity. So I like the way in which this anarchy light elevates innovation among the Gen Z, such that if you kill this line of protest, something else emerges. So you keep running after shadows. So the government keeps groping in the dark. They arrest so-and-so. Morara Kebaso today is arrested because of his diary vultures. Someone else comes, Kibet Bull comes. They don't know how, before even they consider or figure out how to deal with Kibet Bull, then again, Agnes emerges with something else. Then now there's another gentleman on TikTok with something else. So it's a very, very good framework, or rather productive platform of dismantling structures of decision making towards a more decentralized system. But I think also, coming back to the geopolitical order and disorder, there's a way in which the Gen Zs try to make systems work. So they're not really advocating for anarchy in its purest sense, the idea of statelessness or dismantling hierarchies, but they want those who hold political authority to kind of account for their time in office. So they want the constitution to be followed. I think you've been hearing of this idea of Article 1, the people shall, the people may. So if you don't follow authority, if you don't follow what the constitution dictates to you, we might withdraw this political power that we gave to you. And if you're holding political power, you need to account for your time in office, right? So there's an element in which this anarchy light speaks to the centralized decision making, but also the idea that you need to conform to the dictates of the new constitution.
Okay, let me mention why this leaderless movement is a good thing for now, because it brings out a positive impact for a long-term effect. Because you see, I've come to realize there's something called the Baba says syndrome, which I realized here in Kenya. Let me speak for Kenya, because back in 2023, when President Ruto was just new in office, Baba called for maandamano. Number one, for election fraud. Nothing new there, but... And then the other thing was also high cost of living, which was just coming up. Bread had just become very costly from like 50 to 55 shillings. So there was a bit of tension here and there, but it's not much. But people came for protest. And Baba Raila Odinga, former Prime Minister, called for protests twice a week. And people would come. But if you look at it, maybe 80% people came because Baba said, not because there's a problem with elections and observance and the high cost of living. It is because Baba said. So that Baba syndrome needs to stop, because I think we are obsessed with our leaders. No sooner had we finished the elections in 2022, we are still talking about elections in 2027. Connie, what happens in between 2022 and 2027? So it's not about the leader, because we think that there's this leader-savior mentality. There's a leader who's going to come up and save us, but there's no one who's coming to save us. We are up for ourselves. We are the ones who are going to save ourselves, and I think that's what this generation is trying to do. So let's work on strengthening the institutions rather than the leader, because leaders will come and go, but if the institutions are strong enough, then we'll have a long-term effect.
I think you have completely confused me with the word anarchy. Now there is light anarchy. There is anarchy. But okay, I'll go with the flow. I think I want to agree with my comrades. But then again, if you look at the government, they were using the word anarchy to make us look bad. Now that is the other thing. That is the bad thing. Because as I said before, it is our material conditions that brought us out. We knew what we were fighting for, and we won't stop what we are fighting for until the constitution has been implemented. And we are fighting, as my comrade said, we are fighting for the implementation of the constitution. I don't know how is that anarchy, but now that you have confused me with the word, I really believe that, as my comrade has also said, I want to strengthen and say that we need to strengthen the institutions, not the individuals. And now, because we even saw Ruto calling some of the people at State House to go and, negotiate for the people who come from absolutely no institutions. They have built nothing on the ground, and we have all these organizations on the ground organizing in the grassroots and all that. So we strengthen the institution, and then now we choose our leaders. As I was talking about the transitional committees, that's what we are working towards. But I really don't think we were anarchy as the government was trying to make it look like, so that, they create the chaos and then they call us anarchists.
That's legal anarchy. No, I just wanted to add that this self-organized movement on the social networks is important, but it's based also on a very real and structured civil society, which comes from the grassroots, the Social Justice Center, Mukuru, Mathare, Dandora, etc., to the, I would say, middle-class civil society. And there are linkages, which is quite singular to Kenya, between the civil society at the grassroots and the one who is living in Lavington. And that's very powerful, I think, because every fraction of this civil society has its own knowledge, its own competence, and they are very complementary. So I think it's on this base that this movement has been able to build.
Thank you. You wanted to add something? No? Okay, fine. Thank you. We are on time. We are on time. We still have good 15 minutes and still have 2 questions. So now the first question was about, we already started to address it, about the link between these old claims and that new context. We'd like to ask you, because you mentioned most of these claims are not so new, material conditions, some rights, and they are not so new. And maybe the unprecedented element is the way youth is organized. And we start to present the way they are organized. But we'd like you to develop a bit more about how these old claims have been appropriated by youth. Is it a continuity, which we've heard already? Is it a continuity, or do we have something which is very much different?
Yeah, I remember when I was a young person, when I was properly a youth, now that I'm almost in my 40s, I was part of the team of young university students who are clamoring for the new constitution and part of the group that was demanding for the opposition stake in political processes. So in 2005, towards the 2007 elections, we marched from Kenyatta University, that is 47 kilometers from Nairobi, to Uhuru Park. We were very, very, very young and agitated and very, very much progressive. So much of what the youth or the Gen Zs of our time have been accused of is being ahistorical, is that they don't recognize those who have come before them. So if you read history, you realize that what you're doing is merely putting new wine in old skin. So it's the same things that the likes of James Orengo have been agitating for. I've seen a name that I've been familiar with, Njeri Kabeberi in the civil society, Suba Churchill, all those names, Willie Mutunga. They were fighting for the new constitution, they were fighting for human rights, they were fighting for political reforms, release political prisoners, the same way the Gen Zs have been abducted. So it's the same thing, but with the caveat of, one, you're using new tools. Secondly, you are in a relatively enabling political environment because you have a new constitution that enables public participation. I spoke to someone who is close to Yashpal Gai, one of the architects of the new constitution. How many of you know Yashpal Gai? He's known across East Africa. So Yashpal Gai was very intentional about public participation. He included that, of course, in consultation with the rest of the team, the committee of experts, to the extent that he wanted the public to take ownership of their destiny. But the way in which it has unfolded is not the way in which they thought it could be, because for them they thought it could be the usual town hall meetings, like now we're in a town hall meeting here, we deliberate on maybe a particular issue, but now the young people have taken forward this issue of public participation to ways in which we never imagined. Like if you see TikTok, people are dissecting the new constitution, the finance bill is being dissected, right? So like no way that it has never never been done before. And the beauty of this public participation is that people derive from Article 1 of the new constitution. The people, all sovereign power, it's no more like a clarion call now for the young people. All sovereign power belongs to the people, and the people shall. It's very, very interesting. And this speaks to the ways in which new tools can be so much empowering to people. To the extent that if you go to court on claims of being disorderly in public, being an anarchist, if there is no valid charge, if there is no provision that you've offended, then there is no way the state will hold you. So we are fighting for the same things, but using new tools of engagement, which are so much empowering than they were years before. In my era, we didn't have X or Twitter or TikTok to mobilize. We could use the word of mouth, which was not so effective. We could call each other. Our phones could be tapped. But now you can call each other on WhatsApp, which is encrypted. You can use Telegram channels. There's another platform that I think I had some colleagues were using. It's a radio, like a radio call. The way police officers use over, and they communicate. So young people are also using these digital tools to mobilize political support, which has never been happening before. So it's about new strategies, but fighting for the same things.
I do believe that it is really a protracted struggle because Mau Mau were there, they did what they did. And even before the Mau Mau were there was Akina, likes of Akina Mekatilili Wamenza, and they did what they did. And then the Mwakenya movement came, they did what they did. They were fighting then for multipartyism, which eventually happened. They managed to kick Moi out. They managed to get us the new constitution. I'm very happy to have seen my comrade Jerry Kabeberu because I know they really fought for this constitution, the one that we have now. The constitution that we are using now to say that we have the right to go to the streets, the constitution that provides us with all these basic human rights. We know we have the right to education, the right to food, the right to what. Then they were also, I think they might not have been fighting for exactly the same things, but because now conditions have really gotten worse. There's no food, there's no land, there's no what, there's really nothing. At least in their ages, we would say they would have things like housing, things like, because I know that the Mwakenya movement mostly was sponsored by its members of the movement. They used to contribute and, that is what used to make the movement, kept the movement going. But now with the GNZ, we have nothing to contribute to our movements, but we also have other things like Twitter, the energy too that puts us together in in a larger base. But I think it's a protracted struggle because even when you look at the strategies they were using, some of the strategies we are still using them because, as I mentioned, I come from a group called Traveling Theatre. Jerry was a member of the 5 Cs, and before the 5 Cs there was the Kameredo People's Theatre, which was with through the Ngoge wa Tiongo, I will marry when I want and what and what. So I think some of the strategies that they used back then are working now, but conditions have changed and things are a little bit different. Not a little bit different, things are worse now. So I think because it's a protracted struggle, I think this is the time for full liberation because I don't know what the next generation will fight for. Everything is gone.
Something else will come.
So I think, I think Mino quoted Amilcar Cabral when she said people fight for material things, not just big ideas in their minds. I think every 30 to 40 years, ever since the advent of colonialism, there always is this big event, there's some tumultuous event. So 1890s Nandi resistance, Wayaki Wahinga, 1920s Harithuku, 1950s Mau Mau, 80 to 90 you have the attempted coup, you have the struggle for political pluralism, 2022 to 2025, here we are. I think as far as old claims, I think I'll go back to what Cabral said about material things. I think you can't look at, for example, the struggle for political pluralism without considering the structural adjustment of the early 90s, without considering the inflation that was taking place from the early 80s to the early 90s. You can't look at the drive for constitutional change in 1997 out of the context of economic issues, and the youth were particularly insistent on comprehensive reforms, while the older guard was more on minimum reforms. The youth wanted free education and so on and so forth. Right now, in as much as some of us are talking about implement the constitution, you also can't look at that out of the context of it was a bill last year that was threatening people's livelihoods and people responded to it. So I think that it's a continuum of struggle for material benefits. It goes even back, Anake Aforte, the youth of 1940s, who did not have land because agriculture had been increasingly mechanized in the 1940s, and therefore these now become the people who are the fighters in the Mau Mau. So politically, as far as strategy is concerned, yes, there are little bit changes of claim, but economically, it still remains a struggle for material things, for living in dignity, for getting the basics, surviving, for one to get a child and say he has a promising future, given that I can earn, I can get by in this system that I'm living in. Thank you.
Very shortly, I think, of course, because the struggle has been very long, protracted, and there were some gains, which is not the case in every country. I mean, the constitution was a gain, the new constitution is a gain in terms of freedom and freedom of speech. And so now the claims are moving more to social justice, maybe, than it was before. The fact that civil society from the ground is at the forefront and not only lawyers and academics. Maybe the fact that the last year protest was triggered by a financial bill is quite important and quite relevant in terms of how do you link taxes and democracy. So I think there is some novelty in this movement about social justice, redistribution, even if accountability and rights are still relevant claims, especially now in this context.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are very more than good. Eh? We are very much on time. We have to keep time. We have one last question, so we will respect our promises to finish at 11:15. I've been told we have some rights here. We have the right to take tea after the address. The last question. So be prepared, because we have to save time. Eh? They will discuss the last question. Then everybody has the right or the opportunity to take tea, and immediately we start for 15 minutes question and answer from you. Is that okay? Okay, so now the last question. It's about integrity and legacy of youth and Gen Z movement. And by the way, I think it's not my question, but she will recognize. It's in the presentation of the panel. Youth movement, how can it preserve its strengths and originality in the face of ongoing repression? So this is a real question of political science angle.
I think structures, well, not structures in the political party sense, secretary general, party leader, and so on and so forth. But there has to be some sort of, when you're thinking of handing over, when you're thinking about a legacy, and that's, I guess, one of the issues I have when people call it a Gen Z protest. Mino was part of a group in 2020 and 2021 and 2022 that was part of a Saba Saba agitation campaign. Every July 7th, Mino and RSL, they were always on the streets. And then so when you say, yeah, she deserves the credit, I'll give him a coffee bana nini. Yeah. And of course, there are those who are before them. But now I think you have to think of structures in the sense that, okay, if those who are here who are actively involved politically, I'm always asked that question when I'm at, or rather when I was beginning to get into activism and so on, people would ask me, are you a member of a progressive political organization? And then I wasn't. But if you are, then you have a structure at least that can capture people who are young. I'm using capture in a very liberal way though. That can get people who are younger, who are in high school and so on, and that can transition. So I think there is a need for young people to come up with progressive movements, be it in the on a neighborhood basis, be it on, a county basis, but there's a need for people to be in a politically progressive movement and then channel their activism through that, which could now allow them to hand over to people who, the Generation Alpha, I think that's what they're called, the ones who are hyper globalized. So that kind of structure ought to be there. to ensure the handover, the legacy of Gen Z, millennial, and so on and so forth, for it to go on in perpetuity? Thank you.
I think this question has been asked several times. Whenever Gen Z revolutions or rather the moment comes, like the last 25th June 2024 revolution. So the question that normally comes is, and one of my friends who is in ODM proper was really questioning our next step. So he asks, okay, once you guys occupy Parliament and State House, so what? Then he comes to this answer that in such circumstances, and he gives the examples of the Arab Spring, Egypt, Sudan, Tunisia, which also had very, very successful youth movements. Then he comes in with his answer that organized political movements, like my ODM party, will come and take opportunities that you've created to organize politically and assume political power. And long before the ink dried from his lips, ODM was in an agreement with Kenya Kwanza regime to stabilize the status quo. So unless the Gen Zs or the youth movements or the young people's revolution organize politically, then it will just be anarchy, as we said before. Because in the absence of political power, which should be the ultimate aim of such a movement, and I'm borrowing from the experiences of the Bolshevik revolutions, unless a revolutionary guard is established, that there is nobody to be a vanguard of that revolution. So the thinking should be, how does this collective anger and strategy crystallize into an organized political movement that can actually take political power and then implement all these ideas that we are beautifully curating online and offline. Until that happens, it is the same Gashaguas, the political cousins, as he calls himself, and the Kalonzos and the Matiangis, who've been all accused of all the violations that we are trying to dismantle. So they'll organize politically, and some of the Gen Zs, once they see the possibilities of these formations forming political power, they'll fall back into their ethnic cocoons. Like already we are seeing some of the Luo politicians have already alienated the Luo Gen Zs into the ODM fold. The same way we can see Mount Kenya elites will likely to bring on board the Mount Kenya Gen Zs into their fold, because there is nobody who goes into the election and votes for a candidate whom he thinks is likely to lose. So if our systems don't really crystallize into a structure that is organized politically, we are likely to fall into our ethnic cocoons and then stabilize the status quo. Yeah, so the question is, how do we transition to the next level of organized politics?
Okay. My comrades who know these slogans, please shout. Organize, organize.
Organize to take political power.
Yes, we usually say that. Organize, organize, organize to take political power, because we are actually organizing to take political power. And we believe that as a comrade, I know there are activists who like working alone, but we believe that, we believe that as activists, you cannot function in a vacuum, like alone, be a one army soldier working alone. So we believe in the coming together in unity and forming something that is going to work for all of us. And it is not just organize to take, we are not just organizing, we are organizing to take political power. What does that mean? In these our small institutions, we have been here, I've been here for a long time, as my comrade has said, and we have formed all these social justice movements in almost every other informal settlement. And what do we do in this informal settlement? We do civic education, but we also do political education, because as Sankara says, a soldier without political education is a potential criminal. So we are educating our people on what is the way forward, and we also like come together and discuss what are the best structures for all of us, so that when we are taking power, when we are coming together to unite all these organizations, we know where we are going, and we are very clear, and our comrades are also politically conscious, so that when we are going to State House, it's not my comrade who is shooting me on the back. You know why they have the capacity to also organize these goons is because they know that young people do not have the political education. Yes, so I think we are organizing towards political power and towards a vanguard.
And maybe just to add on the issue of integrity, the system since the colonial period has been rigged. It's not so easy to start again from a point of having a high sense of integrity, because you think that you will be that leader who has integrity until you get there. So this happens even in society. In society, recently I went to do a driving exam, and then things happened, and things had to happen. So you realize it is much deeper than you think, and we have to go back to our roots and try to look at the root causes. Otherwise, trying to give painkillers to just suppress rather than look at the root causes, then having integrity is going to be difficult.
Asante. 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 Na wewe, asanteni. We have reached our objective. We keep time, so I suggest we can clap for all of them, please. And as today we have been invited by FIDEMO. You know, in FIDEMO there is innovation. We are going to innovate now because our objective is to have still some time for discussions and to take tea. So we'll do this in the same time. Now I invite people who would like to get tea to go for tea. And I'm also inviting people who would like to ask questions to ask questions. I assume we are responsible enough to manage it. Is that okay? Yeah. So the invitation for tea is done, and the invitation for question is done. And we have no more than 15 minutes. Is that okay? So yes, 1 question, 2, and 3. We start with these 3 sets of questions, please. And you need a microphone. I can see people are more interested in questions than tea. Good.
Thank you. I want to add my definition to the question of the definition of Gen Z. For me, it is not a matter of age. It's like feminism. I can ask who is feminism here. Men, I think some men will raise their hands. So Gen Z is related to a concept more than age grouping or someone who is using TikTok or these kind of things. This number 1. Number 2, I miss the generation dialogue. I would love if someone from elder people who is Gen Z and here to add concepts and perspective of his or her ideas about Gen Z. I have a question for you. Is it a movement? Is it a political movement or a social movement or both? And is some of you related or part of the political parties? Are you Gen Z, the political parties itself, making this movement within the political parties? Is it organized or ad hoc? If assume the government now agree to do the things that you are demanding, creating jobs, making life paradise, everything. Are you going to stop?
Maybe.
No. Final point is about do you have any connection with the Gen Z within the region, within the West? I can see Gen Z in the States who are demonstrating for Gaza, for instance. So thank you. Over to you.
Okay, we take the 3 questions. Before you answer, please, there was a question. What was that? Oh, but I give the way to somebody here and somebody here. This is not anarchy, I'm telling you. We are organized.
Viva, comrades, viva. Viva, comrades, viva. Talk like you have the energy. Viva, comrades, viva. Viva, comrades, viva. More power to organizing, more power. I'm a Gen Z, so the energy is mutual. So my question is kind of hard, and also the current state that we are in now. Now that the finance bill has been passed, despite being rejected massively, and they are also being restricted in our social media pages and also being monitored, which has already started. Now, how do we guarantee our freedom of expression, or how do we ensure that our freedom of expression is not infringed by the government?
Thank you. That was a question, very brief, very precise. And that gentleman from Gen Z.
Thank you. My name is Jacob Emoit, an upcoming Gen Z lawyer. My question is, you've said that we are organizing to take actual political power, and that should be the goal, because if we continue to talk and we don't get into those positions of influence, it means there is no actual change that we're actually making. So my question to our panelists then is, how do we rise above the challenge of resources? How do we confront the challenge of resources as young people? Because we will need financial resources to take actual political power. Thank you.
Thank you. So now, please, if you are invited to start to answer this question, to address the comments, who would like to start? Who's comfortable with? Yeah.
So, Gen Z as Gen Zote. I think you've heard, some people have called Gen Z Gen Zote, which means all generations, Zote Kiswahili. And the question of generational dialogue. I think that's why joining a politically progressive movement is fundamental to facilitate these dialogues between different generations. Those who would form that movement at some point in time will have to exit stage for people who are more active. And I think as far as, just maybe to push back on the idea of anyone can be youth and so on and so forth, I think the actual how would I say, there are actual political issues that would make a youth more invested than an older person. In the sense, I recall when I was in university and Vision 2030 had just come out, and I remember my lecturer, Dr. Ombongi, would say, Vision 2030 will be a vision in 2030. Will still be a vision in 2030. I remember he was telling us, you young people should be more invested in this than I am. And he was very disappointed that many of us had not read the document. And he said, look, I am 40 plus or something. I'm not going to enjoy Vision 2030 like you. So you have more time on earth than I do. So you should be politically invested more than I am. So indeed, there should be a question of thinking beyond generations, but there's also the actual reality that younger people have longer to live in this world and therefore should be more invested. And I guess you could say that that's the reason why a number of them are more radical when they're younger. I think all social movements are political because I think they spring from political problems. Social movements spring from political problems, and that therefore means that any social movement is a political movement. It may not be political in the mainstream sense of it. It may not be part of, it might divest from engaging in mainstream politics, but as far as they're organizing their community, they are still political in that sense. I happen to be part of the Kombozi Library, and we encourage dialogues between leftist movements, and I think Mino also someone who we also work with from time to time, will also tell you that we have an understanding with our comrades in Tanzania. We have let's say a big relationship with them, and we started, for me, I mean, I started working with them from 2016. So definitely, we, as far as the region is concerned, our aim is very Pan-Africanist in that sense. But I definitely agree that there is a need for internationalism, a need for global solidarity, and so on and so forth. How do we guarantee freedom of expression or freedom after expression? Well, that would be a legal question. Definitely, we have to, I mean, if bills are passed through parliament that are unconstitutional, they have to be challenged. But I think also beyond the legality and the constitutionalism of it, I think there's also a need to learn from previous movements that we have had. The Mwa Kenya, that would have cells, that would say, oh, this is a cell along Valley Road, that is a cell along Gong Road. And these cells don't necessarily have to meet each other, but they have activities running concurrently. So how do we rise above the challenges of resources? Self-reliance is definitely a challenge for many social movements, but I think pulling resources, when you have a social movement that has a number of people who are there, then they can pull resources, they can contribute whatever money they have to rise above that challenge, or at least deal with it, to come up with whatever meager resources that they can use for their organizing. Thank you.
So the question about is it a social movement or a political movement? We have a social movement which is called the Social Justice Centers movement, which now includes all these centers in the informal settlements. But we also have a vanguard, a political vanguard. That is, I personally come from RSL, but it is not just one. There are many. There are comrades who come from Kongamano la Mapinduzi, other political parties, doing different organizing in our communities, in our informal settlements, conducting these political educations, also trying to organize the casual laborers. These are the Akina Mamambogas, Akina the Lobby women. So we have a social movement, and we have a vanguard of political, political what? What is the name? Yeah, political parties. Yeah, political parties. What we have not managed to do is just consolidate our energies and be able to come up with one political party that is going to take over, and that is what we are trying our best to do. But however, we work hand in hand. They are our comrades, and we work together. And the question on what guarantees our freedom of expression. So comrades, we understand that freedom never comes for free, and we will have to keep fighting for this. And it is our mandate as the people who are conscious to keep educating the masses that this freedom will never come for free. Unajua, Ruto anatuua kidogo, the next maandamano, people are not as many as they were. But okay, I'm not saying that we should die. Of course, we should not die. But we all understand, even from the times of Akina Mau Mau and Hot and What, freedom has never been for free. And power is not given. Power is taken. So it is for us to keep pushing the masses and have as many people as we can on the ground and be able to, push to take this political power. And the government will try as much as it can to suppress our freedom of expression. But we cannot give up. Giving up, we say, is equal to death. We have to keep fighting. And the question on how we can get enough resources, comrade, I think now this is where you also come in. Hello? Yeah, the upcoming Gen Z lawyer. This is where we all consolidate our energies and ask ourselves, where are we getting these resources to be able to do this work? But then again, we are also trying our best to talk to the progressive NGOs that are around us, that are within us. There are some that have been supporting us to do, for example, things like People's Assembly. I'm happy to see you, comrade, that have been supporting us to do things like People's Assembly, conscientizing the masses, and continuing to mobilize more people on the streets. But the question of resources is a difficult one.
Let me just add on the question of resources. I think I would pose back the question to the citizens. We have now come to a place where we are calling ourselves Gen Zs, this Gen X, and this, but in all the same, we all have the same agenda. Now, because the Gen Zs are now the frontiers of this movement, it is what about the rest of the population? This is where you can come in and actually offer mentorships, because they are willing to go out there, they are willing to be organized, but the challenges may be the resources and what have you, but the rest of the population, especially those who are more expertise and they see that this thing is going to bring a good effect, can offer mentorship programs, and in a way of where you're mentoring them, knowing how the system is, knowing how they can get better impact with this movement, and on if there's any connection with other Gen Zs regionally. I would say, again, it is a matter of social media and being digitally literate and being fluent, such that Gen Zs are vocal people and they want to speak up about it. Might not be politics in other country, could be climate change, could be the issue of LGBTQ+, but it is all about being vocal. There's this quote that I saw in a certain book I was reading that says that in Africa, but could be not be Africa, could be the rest of the world of any, in Africa, silence means consent. So if you're silent about something, somebody else is taking that you are okay with it and you can continue with it. So it is by no means must we be silent if you're not okay about anything.
Yeah, and finally, one question that was asked, that if the demands that the Gen Zs have are met, will this agitation stop? So let me throw this back to the Gen Zs in the room. Do you think it will stop? Will the movement stop? I think the ship has sailed because enough blood has been spilled. I think you've been seeing that. And the generation that we have now can never forget and move on like previous generations have done before. So there's an element in which selective amnesia has been overcome by demands for justice continually. And on the question of this dialogue between generations, I think in the early days, I really missed these moments when we had X spaces as public squares in which over 200 participants could converge in the evenings and just discuss issues, for example, the finance bill, articles of the Constitution. And there was some element of inviting all the people like Kivota Kibwana, who have been in the game for a long time, Willie Mutunga, just speaking to the people, and the young people could learn lessons from them. It was very decentralized again. There were multiples of them. The media tried to organize their own, the traditional media, of course, KTN and Citizen. They used to also organize their own public squares, but the Gen Zs, the organic movements that were rising at that moment in time were very much well attended, and I think we've missed that element of connecting in the evenings in public squares and speaking about issues. So I think it's high time that we go back into those forums that we had dialogues across generations. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I've been told that we are late, and so we missed that objective. So we have to close that session. So please clap for the very relevant discussion. We are very much happy. So this was IFRA session, the French Institute of Research, which have been proposed by FIDEMO. I like to say that that French Institute has an interest about this youth and politics, so we are going to organize some seminar series, and on the 17th of July, we have a seminar about the linkages between activism and arts mobilization. Is it? Yeah. Thank you. So you are most welcome. So thanks, of course, to FIDEMO for the opportunity given to the French Institute to contribute to the debate. You know, research is useful. Even research knowledge is useful to understand. And I wish
moderating the next session, but before I start off the discussion, I'll invite Julie.
The group photo is being...
All right, so just a small logistical issue. I noticed that a couple of you have not registered. Not good. So please, if you haven't registered,
Be hoping this can be is a space for honest dialogue across generations. There was a participant, Mama, I think it was you, who asked about having a discussion across generations, and I believe this session will be just that. So that we reflect on what does it mean to build and sustain democracy, both for today and tomorrow. As I said day before yesterday, and I believe this has come out clearly throughout the conversations, this is a time when there is a visible strain on democracy across the region. This is not an East African problem, it's not a West African problem, it's an African and a global problem. But what we are seeing across the board are the same things. There's a weakening and a shrinking of the civic space. There's institutional fatigue, and there's an erosion of public trust. People don't trust systems and those who hold power. And yet, we continue to show up to vote, we continue to show up to protest, we continue to show up to organize, and people continue to offer themselves to serve. So this signals that there's not a failure of democracy's promise, but really it's a call to reimagine how that promise will be shared going forward. So I've heard, and I think those of us who are in Kenya now, and I think Mongela also spoke to this earlier, consistently people calling generations Gen Z children. And I think part of the reason why there's that classification of Gen Z as children is a call for them to be kept in their place. But the conversation that we need to have now is really about what can both the young and the older generations do. Because the young people are the ones pushing the movement now, but older generations have also built and defended, and in many cases also sacrificed for the democratic gains that we enjoy today. And I'm happy to see Njeri Kabeberi in the room and others who've gone ahead of us. Thank you, Ma. So there have also been times, unfortunately, and I know millennials, we've been accused of this, where we have been accused of presiding over or being silent during periods of democratic backsliding. So we are seeing an unprecedented move of mobilization. There's protesting, there's educating, there's organizing, and there's speaking out. As an academic and as a democratic practitioner, one of the things I've seen also, unfortunately, is as vocal as young people are, they are not as active in voter registration. So in 2022, for example, we saw youth voter registration drop by 5.27%, and only 3% of people who were surveyed last year showed that they actually hold a political office or a political seat. Yet we have about 94% of the young people saying they intend to vote in the next election. So we have a shared challenge. How do we make sure that we are passing down the ideals of democracy, that we are co-owning, that we are shaping the experience together, so that we have both old and new ideas, new actors, and new visions? Because democracy at its heart is really about intergenerational equity. There must be a state of intergenerational equity which strengthens the resilience of democracy itself. So to move forward in this vision of democracy, we must move beyond performative inclusion. We must confront structural inequalities, where less powerful generations, especially young people, disabled people, women, often lack the agency in political processes, and they are excluded from politics routinely. So in societies which have been marked with this kind of competition, we must have intergenerational dialogue so that we build understanding, so that we promote reciprocity and we share responsibility. So this session is not about praise or blame. It's really about recognizing that no generation can build or defend democracy alone. A just future will depend on the strength of the bridges that we will build between generations today. So allow me to invite my panelists, and as they come, I'll be inviting them to think about the following. And this is what I'm also asking the room to think about. What does meaningful intergenerational dialogue and leadership look like? Not just in rhetoric, not academically, but in policy and in practice. Number two, how do we move from symbolic gestures? We saw last year when we complained about the composition of government, the cabinet was all fired, and then the same people were reappointed. So there was a gesture which was simply symbolic, but it didn't change anything in terms of how power is shared in this country. So how do we move beyond symbolic gestures to shared power? And then what must each of us do? Because as I've said, millennials have been blamed for sleeping on the job. Young people are saying we need to carry the mantle because those before us let us down. Great. So what must we all do, regardless of our age, to shape a democratic future that works for all of us? To help us have this discussion, I will invite 4 people. I'll start with Nerima Wako Ojiwa, who is Executive Director, Siasa Place. Siasa Place, for those who may not know, is a youth-led, youth-focused civic tech organization that is working on building confidence, skills, competencies, and institutional structures. Welcome, Nerima. Next, I'll invite Christina Lai, Transitional Justice Advisor, Commission on Human Rights in South Sudan, and Vice Chairperson of ICJ Kenya. Karibu sana Tina. I'll also invite Arnold Tsunga, who is going to be representing the African Judges and Juries Forum, the birthday man. For those who don't know the AJJF is a Pan-African network of judges and jurists who want to work towards justice and development in Africa. Last but definitely not least is Wagoi Wajora, who is a policy maker and community organizer with Social Justice Movement Nairobi chapter, the Ngong Social Justice Center. Welcome. So we'll just start with a few. Good. So we'll just start with a few reflection questions before everyone speaks to their area of expertise. And for everyone, I'd like to just hear your thoughts. What does intergenerational dialogue and leadership look like? I mean, we're not talking about symbolism or rhetoric, youth being the leaders of tomorrow, all of those things we have heard. What does it practically mean to have an intergenerational dialogue on leadership and democracy going forward? What does it practically look like for each one of you? You may use the mic in front of you. So I'll start with Tina, and then we'll come in this direction.
Is it on? Good afternoon. Let me just take a few minutes or seconds as I begin to appreciate our partners who have partnered with ICJ Kenya to convene this forum. Unfortunately, I couldn't be with you over the past 2 days in person, but I have been following the conversations online, and I must say they've been very insightful, deeply reflective, very interesting case studies and reflections, so thank you for that. On to this question, I speak to this question as a young person who has crossed over several transitions, let me say, within our Kenyan experience. I started my career as a young lawyer in 2004, graduated 2004. 2007, when the post-election violence broke out, I was transitioning from an intern at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. And bear in mind that my inspiration to study law was informed by the visions I had seen on television. We know the famous video of Reverend Joya being whipped on the streets. We had seen the women, Jerry spoke about this yesterday, on day one, who were agitating for the release of the political detainees. We saw the agitation for multipartism, and it was very vivid in my mind. As a young person growing up, I knew I wanted to be an advocate, either as a journalist, not so much a lawyer. My parents steered me that way, but it worked well. And so you can imagine just beginning out in 2007, and then there's this outbreak of the worst atrocities that we had experienced in our history. And then began the journey of trying to pursue justice. And that is why today I've continued to practice transitional justice. However, the crux of the response that I wanted to give is this. As I began working with these survivors of post-election violence and the aftermath of that period, the Kenya National Dialogue and Reconciliation Agreement with a very clear framework on how we will draw the red line. We will have a new constitution, we will have land reforms, we'll have security sector reforms. It all looked very flowery and possible. And in fact, it seemed like it couldn't get any worse. We couldn't be any worse than hacking each other on the streets and banning children in a church. And so I held on to the promise that this is what our future looks like. Then come 2013, and what do? We elect the two greatest or most suspected individuals for those heinous crimes to be our president and deputy president. If not a clear depiction of this reality, that democracy, the progression in democracy is not linear. It's got waves and counterwaves, forward and backward. Reality, I would say, for me as a young person, that then got me to this space of really reflecting, but what does it mean? What does agitate for these principles, human rights principles, democratic principles? What are we after? And do we ever achieve it? Can we ever grasp it? And so, in a nutshell, I think the response in terms of intergenerational dialogue is the realization that as the human race, we're aspiring for certain ideals and principles: inclusivity, respect for human rights, rule of law. We are continuously making incremental change, but the change is not linear. And that is why every generation has a struggle. Each generation must make its contribution. The past generation's contribution is no less significant than the present generation's contribution. Today, we clasp onto our 2010 Constitution because the guarantees are now spelled out in there. Those who came before us were speaking about ideals, many a times never articulated in our Constitution or in our laws. That is progress. But progress is not linear. And that is what intergenerational dialogue looks like. It's continuously reflecting back and building forward. And that's only possible when we connect the dots.
That's so hard to come after. But thank you so much, Tina. So for me, I would add on to that and say that, you know, everyone has a say, not necessarily your way, because I found myself in boards as a young person where I have felt completely useless and tokenistic. And I have dropped out of those boards. And so for me, intergenerational, I believe it's going against our culture because there's a certain element of ageism, you know, where it's like, what do you know? We have so many sayings, you know, like, you know, what an elder can see, what sitting, a youth can never see standing. You know, you can quote them. There's so many that exist even in our own historical context that now when you talk about, you know, everybody at the table, it's a little odd. And, you know, I come from a community where sometimes women are not allowed to sit on the chair when you're having community dialogue. Let's be real. Or even when you're discussing a burial, women, sometimes you're not even allowed to be in that conversation. We're not even talking about a wedding, which is a celebration. And so for me, I think that intergenerational is something where we are breaking barriers, we're breaking culture. I think it's necessary, I think it's important, but it also comes with the element of what are we growing toward, what are we changing toward, and there are some aspects of tradition that we want to keep, and sometimes we think about aspects that we want to let go. I think that's also a very important element of intergenerational dialogue and leadership. And because even when we talk about democracy, we're talking about politics. And we know how the Council of Elders determines our politics. Let's not lie here. People need to be endorsed by elders in some communities here. And there's also the fact that there are some communities, even for women to lead, that's a whole other story. When you want to talk about young women, that's a whole other story. So for me, it would be being authentic to some of the barriers that already exist, and then finding our ways to maneuver around them and what that means. I feel that people have the solutions, and it's to allow people to lead whatever that solution looks for them, and not imposing some aspects of intergeneration that we think can work for us because we see it working in perhaps Western countries or elsewhere.
Thank you very much, and maybe just to thank the organizers for this wonderful meeting. To be frank, this year maybe is the first meeting I have attended where I've truly felt like I'm learning something, and that there is actually intergenerational dialogue. So I endorse what my two sisters have already said, and maybe for the sake of time, it's not necessary to repeat what they said, other than just to reinforce that, it's easy when societies are going through stress for generational conflicts, if I can put it that way, or generational blame. And because I think when you're growing up, even in families, it's always easy for the old people to say, when we were kids or when we were young, you never used to do things this way. You were a bit more capable, a bit more alert. But similarly, when youngsters face problems, it's also easy for them to say, these old people, they're old-fashioned and the world has changed. And so that generational blame, it can happen. And I think societies that compete, that grow, and are anchored on intergenerational vision rather than generational vision and contestations. And so when you look at some of the states in the world that have really performed in terms of creating opportunities for their own citizens economically, and to get opportunities for growth, I think it's the societies where there has been visions and that have been carried from one generation to another, unlike a situation where the national vision is linked to the political electoral cycle, where if you take one party out, then everything changes and society starts afresh, because in the process you lose the value of continuity, especially about good things, and then you also lose consolidating on important foundational structures. So I think intergenerational dialogue is what we did here from the very beginning, and I really want to congratulate the designers of the program. They all brought us here. I spent a lot of time listening, and I could see that the inspiration I'm getting about the fact that Kenya and some East African countries, but in particular Kenya, there seems to be a situation where there's consolidation of democratic gains. And it may look like there's a generational conflict, but I think it's actually intergenerational sharing and building. And I think that's what we need in Africa.
Viva comrades, viva. I think my comrades here have spoken very wisely, and I just want to add maybe one or two things. First, this discussion is very timely on perspectives of what is going on in our continent today. So I'd like to thank the organizers and the foundation and ICJ for setting all this up. across our region, we have stood on the shoulders of elders who have fought for the freedom of our nations and have continuously stood there fighting for our freedom and our democratic spaces. So these elders and this wisdom and the energy that the youth have, we need to find a place of convergence, a place where all this wisdom and all this energy finds to meet so that we can make progressive engagements. And in the discussions that have been here before, in my analysis, I'd like to say that this is a systemic problem. In Africa, we had our systems before we were colonized. And this system that we're using now is a colonial system. And it has proven time and time over again, it will not work for us. In perspective of when we were talking yesterday of a free and fair election, we say there is no free, there is no fair. So our elections have been rigged already by the system. And change that we aspire to make, we cannot make in this system, because this system is hindering everything that we are working against. In the Constitution of Kenya 2010, we have rights of freedom of speech and freedom of expression. And how many times have we seen this law and these freedoms frequently infringed? On our international media, there is a very progressive channel called African Stream. You guys have heard of it, doing very radical and very true stories. But how many times have we seen this channel shut down? I saw on their page they have said that the government have been constantly working towards shutting them down, and finally they cannot put up with it. They shut down at the beginning of this month that we are in. And so my point is, we need to find a system. We need to sit down and have intergenerational, because even the panel that was here said that we fight this, we finish, there is another war. We can't be constantly saying that each generation is going to be fighting wars. Because when do we get the chance to sit down and live? Because we did not come here to fight. We came here to enjoy, have a good time, sindio, smile kidogo, feel good, sindio. So we cannot keep fighting. We have to fight one last time as generations, hold each other's hands, show each other the way, because I believe a lot of wisdom is from these other generations. Gen Z zile kitu tuko nayo ni strength. Sai, if a tear gas was thrown here, right now, you see Mwanaidi where she's seated there? Unaona Mwanaidi pale? She will jump from that window to the ground floor. But my comrade here, before he figures out which direction to run, yeah, the tear gas has overwhelmed him. But if we sit down and he shows a little direction to our energy, there's a lot of progress that we can make. So we have to hold each other's hands, and at the end of the day realize that the enemy is not Museveni, the enemy is not Ruto, the enemy is not all those other names. Sindio? The enemy for us is this systemic issue on Africa, because Africans, we had our own systems governed by different people. So, and we were very, very productive, very rich. So we have to find a way to sustain our richness for ourselves. Yeah.
Thank you, Agui. I'm glad that there is consensus on the panel that we need intergenerational dialogue, because as I said, sometimes when we listen to the conversations, there's one Gen Z who told me, you millennials, you know nothing. You betrayed us. You are all deceived. You know nothing. I said, my word. I was so wounded. So I'm glad that there's at least consensus that there is power in intergenerational dialogue. I think the question then becomes, how do we structure the dialogue? Because we are operating at different spaces, we organize differently, and I think my next question to the panel would be, what in your assessment would it take to truly harness the power of this intergenerational dialogue? What platforms are you proposing? Whether it's a civic platform, an institutional platform, a digital platform, a community-based platform, what do you think it's going to take to move this intergenerational dialogue forward so that it's meaningful for governance going forward? So I'm going to start in the reverse order. So Agui.
Aya. Nikisema viva nitasema viva mingi. So let me just answer. So in our community organizing, let me speak in perspective of social justice movement Nairobi chapter, because that's where I am an expert in. And our intergenerational conversations, we've been having them through people's assemblies. When I talk of people's assemblies, I mean people's assemblies that have been politicized. Like people's barazas, but political people barazas, where there is continuous political education. And I'm not saying civic education, I am saying political education in an aim to radicalize the people to achieve what we intend to achieve. Because we have comrades here all over Africa. And if, for instance, my sister from Uganda, I came up with something, solution for a problem in Uganda. What's the percentage of me getting it right? Probably 0 point something. Because I am not from that area. I don't know what their problems are. Maybe I'm coming with solutions to problems that they don't have. You see? In terms of engaging people in finding solutions for themselves. In knowing your problem, you know your solution. Because if there is a very bad way of doing public participation in our country, where the government sits down, decides we need new roads, come and builds roads, or brings a public participation for road building. But we don't need roads. What do we need? We need medicine in our hospital. True. Sometimes we don't even need these new hospitals. We need these hospitals that are there to actually work. In terms of people are being paid, health workers, in terms of medicine being there, it's crazy because sometimes you see politicians flagging off hundreds of lorries with medicines. And if you go to a public health facility, there is no medicine. You go to a private chemist, there is medicine with the government of Kenya stamp, not for sale. But you're going to buy this medicine because you're actually sick and you need this medicine, or your baby is sick. So what I'm trying to imply is people know their own solutions. So let people be pertinent of creating solutions for themselves. Yeah.
Thank you. I think the question about the structure is a very important question. But at the same time, let me also confess that being among the youths and young people and who are showing an immense amount of vision beyond beyond what I'm used to coming from Southern Africa. I'm from Zimbabwe myself, and we don't have the same amount of energy in terms of young people trying to drive the governance agenda. So I'm learning a lot and also humbled and therefore a little scared. So, but then the sister from the social justice movement was here before you. She spoke about resources at the end and saying we have a difficulty about resources. And I think that dovetails into the question of structure, because sometimes it's the way in which you're structured that then influences the degree of fundability or ability to mobilize resources. And it's not your fault, but it simply takes us into the question that Willie Mutunga spoke about yesterday, to say, whilst we can look at the local, the regional, we should not delink it from the global. Because the way in which the funding models for the struggles have happened is that the structure sometimes becomes more important than the substance, form than substance. And those among us who have become social entrepreneurs and who understand the movement of resources within the international development sector will know that if you're an NGO, you are likely to get more resources. You are likely to be able to write proposals that answer to the question of results, matrix, logical frameworks. And yet, if you are in the social movement, and so what people in the previous section were describing as leaderless movements, cause-driven initiatives, you find that you may know what you want, but because you've not articulated it in a proposal and in a logical framework, in a results-based metric, to the point that those who are financial gatekeepers in the development sector understand, then you don't get funding. And as a result, the substantive thrust of your efforts is not complemented by the structural design of your movement. And that then creates a situation where you are the most likely instrument of change and transformation of society, but they're not structured in a way that can absorb development finance. And as a result, people are then forced to begin to figure out, are we in the right structure? Do we have the right people that we've employed? And are we able to write our ideas in a way that we can get resources? And that process is a very exhausting process for some of us who have been involved in this for a long time, because slowly there is a substitution of purpose from going for the cause into looking at whether your form and structure is fit for purpose in terms of funding. And that process is a very slow process. And the people who then begin to be given recognition in movements and in institutions are those who have got this professional technical capacity to do proposal writing, who have the ability to define what objectives, outcomes. That language which is used, and in the process, the moment you then begin to rely more on people who may actually sell their technical skill to help you get resources, and they become the powerful people, then before you notice it, you begin to think more on whether what you want to do is potentially fundable. Are you able to then report on it? Are you able to capture the results in a way that a donor will understand? And therefore, are you able to also capture impact in a way that will satisfy the key stakeholder, which is the donor? So I think this substitution of who the fundamental key stakeholder is in a social movement to what an NGO, including those that may actually be operating from briefcases, it reduces the ability of social movements, I think, to achieve their purpose. And it then takes me to the question of the structure of the human rights movement itself. Because here, when I came, I actually realized that we have colleagues, younger people, coming from what we're calling the social justice. You're calling it social justice sector, I don't know, or movement, centers, yeah. And then there's also a group of older people, or people that I've worked with for a long time in Kenya, who are in the NGO sector. And we call ourselves the human rights movement. So when you have a human rights movement that is interrogating the democracy question, the democratization question in Africa, and then you have this tension in society where there are institutions that are emerging in response to local issues that they want resolved and resolved yesterday. And then we then sit here as we normally do to interrogate and say, are we making progress or not? You start asking yourself, do we have the right people in the room? Or certainly the social justice movement is, yes, good. But NGOs, in Zimbabwe, there is a number of NGOs. Some of them are actually now, the government has become a very big investor in the NGO sector. So we call them gangos, government-appointed NGOs, or gongos, government-owned NGOs. Some are called mongos, my own NGO. Some are called fongos, which is family-owned NGOs. Some are called pongos, which is privately owned NGOs. And then some are called even congos, which is company-owned NGOs. So this reason why this is a reason, I think, is precisely because of what I said earlier, that you are then able to manage results and produce evidence of impact in a way that satisfies donors more. Yeah. But the social movements will never be able to compete, I think, for resources that come from the West with these types of institutions. So we are losing in terms of our social movement justice impact. The donors are losing because they are funding unwinnable and less impactful interventions. They will never succeed because half of the money then end up going to the government and to institutions that exist to extract donor funding. So I think that's important. And then maybe just to end, Willie yesterday spoke about the need for us to have a broader look than just local, national, regional, but to look at it in the global context. And I totally agree with him because of the fact that when you look, coming here to East Africa, I know that 2 East African countries, Rwanda and DRC, they currently have delegations that are flying to Qatar to solve some of the problems that we're discussing here. So I don't know whether anyone knows what those delegations are and what they're going to do and how Qatar as a country, I don't know the size of Qatar compared to Africa or East Africa, how they're going to resolve the problems that we have. But certainly, you ask yourself, why DRC, why Qatar, why the USA, which is driving this process? How are they going to resolve the DRC crisis? Why are they interested in DRC? And all those questions which we are not asking ourselves. But it's clear, because DRC itself, I think it has got the most strategic earth minerals that are relevant for the 4th industrial revolution. once we're getting into digitalization, into energy saving, processes, clean energy, you can't do that without minerals from the DRC. I think coltan is one of them. Then you also have quite a number that will be absolutely key for anyone who wants to be a global leader in the fourth industrial revolution. So Qatar is a very small country, smaller than all of East African community, the whole of African Union. They are going to be the ones that may actually be sitting now to resolve some of the problems about us that we are not discussing. This is why I think whilst the human rights movement is important to interrogate, it has to be a bigger conversation, multi-sectorial conversation on the democracy question in Africa. Okay. Thank you.
I want to agree so much with Wangui, what she's just mentioned. And we are an NGO, but I think we're a strange NGO because we support social justice centers, truly. And it's one of those things where, because of what you've just explained, the challenge. So even within our thinking of programs, there's always a line for support. I think that SJCs already know what the issues are. They already know what they need to do. And I don't even think I've attended any of your functions, assemblies. I don't think so. Yeah. So it's also a sense of leaving room for people to do what they do best without that sense of you're a puppet, manipulating, controlling, and deciding. They already decide the issues. They already build the communities. So we work in 17 counties. And we also work now, I've mentioned SJCs, we also work with community-based organizations, specifically. Some of them come to us and they don't even have certificates yet. They are thinking about it. And we nurture. So at the moment, we work with 26 CBOs. And even when I look at the protest of 25th, 11 of those counties are people we've worked with in the communities, in the counties. So you're seeing people already taking issues in their own counties, in their own communities, without you organizing, mobilizing, encouraging. And I think what's maybe a concern for me, because even as that exists, I would say encourage more people to do that and to leave the room. But also, what worries me is sometimes even the way media reports activists. And this needs to come out because these guys are in their communities. There's a certain level, I've seen this challenge where, especially when their influence grows, they become a threat. Not just government or whatever, but even there's a certain high regard the community has for them. So the way politicians have people coming to their door every time there's an issue, you guys deal with that. And I think why I'm mentioning the media, because I feel like it's a little bit forgotten in this convo, because there's an intentionality to vilify activists. So as much as we're here talking about democracy, change, transformation, the people who are at the forefront of it, being intentionally labeled and vilified as activists makes it even more difficult to push about that change. But also the way that word, that name, has been thrown on certain individuals that do not deserve it. And I know the young people in this room know who I'm talking about, or the certain people I'm talking about. And that, again, because of the choices that they make people doing the actual work. It almost negates their efforts. And this is important because that whole Gen Z framing came from the media. That label came from the media. Why couldn't it be patriotic young people? Why make it generational? Because they are millennials. I'm a millennial. And even the lawyers who are removing hundreds of people out of jail, millennials. The doctors, millennials. There are so many millennials. And I think it's very important to also recognize the way history is documenting all of this and labeling it, and we are continuing to build on it. And finally, it's a lot of young women. Another thing, media somehow just doesn't want to recognize. A lot of young women are in the forefront of this change, which again, it goes back to this intergenerational conversation, where when we've seen change in Africa, it's been women who come to the fore and they're like, it's enough. They're the ones who decide we are fasting. They're the ones who are deciding, you know, we're going to sit here, we're going to strip, we're going to stay at Freedom Corner. Like, it's women. And it's happening right now with young women. But somehow we miss that story. And I would say invest in the women organizing, invest in those in social justice centers, invest in the CBOs in the community. Because at the end of the day, the drugs you're talking about is the women in hospitals with their young babies who can't afford that medication. And a lot of the issues that we're talking about, a brunt of it is heavily covered by women. Yeah.
Thank you. I think my co-panelists have basically covered a lot of what I had in mind. But again, just reflecting back to the 18-year journey, if I was to speak to my younger self, I would want to hear this phrase. It's been claimed to have been stated by James Madison, that if men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary. In framing a government which is to be administered by men over men, the great difficulty lies in this. You must first enable the government to control the governed, and the next place, oblige it to control itself. And that just buttresses this point. Again, the phrase, eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. That's really what intergenerational dialogue, that's the starting point. And it's speaking to a lot of what we've said. I would suggest that the first is in framing. How do we frame the quest for democracy and the quest for human rights? And that goes to a lot of what you were saying, Arnold. Even in terms of development partners, you're being asked, tell us your outcome in 5 years. In fact, when I started off, I don't know whether that's still happening, we would have phrases like end discrimination, end poverty. Our framing has crippled us in terms of playing the long game. And the long game must then require us to do several things. Not to be stuck in moments in time or mechanisms. We had a beautiful TJRC in Kenya. We have a beautiful report that is stacked in the shelf of the president since May 2013. And when you look at the similarities between the security apparatus being used for Nyayo House torture chambers, abductions by the special branch, today what we are seeing are those same practices replaying themselves. So I would say that the first is really framing the quest for democracy and our ideals in the long term, and programming, mobilizing to understand how we then achieve incremental change from one step to the next. And this requires that we're constantly asking ourselves, are we chipping away at the structural blocks that are enabling continuity of impunity, right? So when you're talking about free and fair elections, inclusivity of men, women, youth, what's our starting point? It's not in a vacuum. It is built on certain discriminatory foundations that we need to chip away at. But because of how much we need to deal with, we lose sight. We lose sight. So framing is one. Second is in that framing is how we tie, and we've said this many and time again, how do we tie elections to governance? It's that same framing, the long game. It was quite heartwarming for those of us who were called evil society during the ICC cases to see a young Gen Z on the street asking the public, what did you expect when you voted 2 criminals into office? It has come full circle. At the time, we obviously looked like we were playing a political battle, right? And that it was about ethnicity. But these are the structural things that we're talking about. And so there's a lot of talk on Twitter about who's going to be the next leader. And this brings me to the third strategy, which is what are the barriers? So we have this young population, which we're saying is issue-based. Converging, I think my generation, the millennials, right? So for example, yes, we have technology, we have Twitter, we have all of this. Is everybody on Twitter? Is everybody having a smartphone? Where are we having these conversations? And who are we leaving behind? Because indeed, the power of this next step lies in numbers. It lies in the people. It lies in demand to shift the change. And that needs us to have the kind of political education that Wango was talking about earlier, challenging donors in terms of how we write our concepts and our proposals and who's being funded, who's driving the agenda, and of course engaging more with the communities. It comes down to the people. But who are we leaving behind? So we need to do a mapping, we need to take a step back, and we need to look at the long game and ensure that our next step as the young people, converging with the older people, is progressive rather than retrogressive change. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. You've raised fantastic points, and I'm going to invite Wagoi and Nerima to speak to the next question, which is that we need to make sure that everyone is brought on board. We're not leaving anyone behind. But I think one of the questions that has come up, and the president said this in jest, but I think it's something that we must address, which is the question of how do we properly transition into the government that we want. We know that we have numbers to change the government, but the question is whether with this rising engagement, we have real political influence. I think that's the question. So I wanted Nerima to kindly just speak to the question of how do we now shift both strategically and structurally the numbers that we have, the high levels of civic engagement, political education, which is what Wagoi was talking about. I don't think we've ever had these kinds of levels of political education before. So how do we make sure that youth are not just participating online or in other spaces, but that they're truly influencing policy and leadership even as we look into the next elections? So I'd like you to speak to that. Yeah.
We currently have a campaign called Siasaya ID, and it started in March. And so far from March to June, we've had about 1,500 people register to get their IDs. So of course, one of the first things is encouraging people to get IDs. And this is something that you can already see the ground people want to do this. How do we know this? So government first started off by saying they're going to charge us for our identity cards. And you saw how he turned around on that. It's because of their work on the ground. People complained, right? And so that shows you people are really, really keen to make sure that they get their IDs subsidized or free. It should be free. But to make sure that they get access to their IDs. Another thing is this expiration thing on IDs. It's ridiculous. And so there are people who are consistently pushing back on that. I'll say the organizing is continuing. And out of the 36 ID centers we looked at across the country, 25% of them didn't have a service charter, which basically tells you this is how you get your ID, this is the process, this is how long it takes, da 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 da. This is important because there are some areas where people actually do not know. And so we could see this sense of almost an intentional curtailment of making sure there's an oppression or suppression of ID registration. And so we have ambassadors who are, even as we speak, they're about to now level up because after my ID, it's my voter's card. Yeah. So we've talked about that ground level. And there's also politicians doing these campaigns as well. But we need to also be concerned about the Electoral Bodies Commission. So even though we register, even though we do all these things, if we have a commission that is not independent, transparent, there's no goodwill, then what's the point? And for me, that's the thing that gives me sleepless nights. The fact that there's still a pending court case, the fact that they're saying it's going to be in September, we are already seeing political leaders saying there'll be no election in 2027 because of the timelines of having at least 2 years of having a functioning commission. The court case September, we are past the 2-year mark. So this is a disaster. If we do not channel these energies into a system, then be prepared for a collapse. Because let me tell you, and I'm sure Wangoi will add on to this, there will be no participation of anyone if we see that this institution is not going to be on the side of the people. Yeah. They would rather nobody votes that day. And they will interfere with those who think they will go and vote. They would rather nobody votes that day and they say this election is a sham. And that's what we're dealing with. I think we have a government that thinks that it can play 2017 with us, where it's like you'll do another election, we'll pretend to go and vote, and there's a winner. No, he's dealing with a completely different population. And even what we saw last week is a vote of no confidence by the people. When you have 25 counties coming out in numbers, they basically have said they have no faith in this government. You better put faith in IBC so that people can channel this anger to something. Otherwise, just prepare for disaster. Yeah. So me, I don't even know if I've answered your question.
Viva comrades, viva. Nerima has spoken quite largely. And if she was here yesterday when the IBC panel was speaking, Nerima, I think you would have had, I don't know, now you're having sleepless nights. I don't know, you will be nakesha too. We are not going back. Maandamano is just a tactic. And we are not pulling that out. Our mandamanos have had the government on their knees. We have illegitimized this government. And there is no way IBC is coming to legitimize it, even in 2027. And so this whole issue, what was your question? Sorry. Sorry.
My question is, how do we harness the high levels of political education, political engagement, so that we have structural changes coming out in 2027?
So this is my answer and a rally call to the senior people. And when I mean senior, I mean the senior generations, because the media has made it largely on an issue of generations. Yeah. Please, 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 you have the capacity to prepare us. Juu hatufiki 2027 ukweli. Juu kama if IBC is what we are seeing today, stating that we might not have an election in 2027. And right now, even the finance bill is even crazier. Right now, our phones are being tapped. Mercy's phone here, her WhatsApp shut down. And when I say her WhatsApp shut down, I mean her WhatsApp shut down from her end. But when you message her, the message is going through. But she has been spammed. And it's not only her. A war has been waged on people who believe to have rights. Now, young people, with the little education that we have, or the much, we realize that we have rights. And so it is upon ourselves to gather enough energy so that when power falls to the streets, we are the ones who are picking it up. So 2027, we might get there, but we might not. Yeah.
Thank you, Agui. Before we even address and allow the plenary to speak, there's also something else that I think has been festering underneath the surface, which is the question of accountability for what has already happened, even as we think about moving forward. So I believe all of us painfully watched, for the Kenyans, the speech by the Minister of the Interior the day after the protests, and the congratulatory messages that went to the police, but also the failure to acknowledge loss of life and the weight of the loss of life and what it should mean to a state when we keep losing people. And so I wanted Tina, before we close the conversation and open it up to plenary, to just also speak to the question of healing and accountability for what has already happened before we move forward. We know there have been instances of promises of compensation, but is that enough from a justice perspective? And how do we move away from reducing life to just an issue of money to creating proper accountability? Because without that kind of healing, we cannot move forward. So I'd like you to speak to that.
Thanks, Luciana, and thanks for all those powerful interventions that have been made by our panelists. This really fits within that long-term framing that I was speaking to earlier. We'll all remember the 4 agenda items. Those of us who worked during that era, Agenda 1 to 4 is a very familiar phrase, but questioning how we tracked or followed that up to ensure completion or enforcement becomes the challenge. And it's not just a challenge that's been left to victims to carry, it's also a challenge within the sector, with donors and non-governmental organizations. A handful of activists, survivors, and NGOs have been left talking about the TJRC report, for instance. We haven't done very well in terms of drawing the connections between the post-election violence, the Kriegler report, the Waki Commission report, and Murkomen's statement 2 weeks ago. They're all interlinked. Now the challenge is how we quickly move on from event to event. We're not asking the hard questions and investing in the hard work, which is, what are the structural, what is underneath? Because Wango, If tomorrow Gen Zs take over power and the same structural issues are not resolved, these same scenarios will replay themselves all over again. And so it's a challenge that I want to issue to all of us, not just in Kenya. We're seeing it in South Sudan, where I also work. They fought so hard for more than 50 years to separate from their oppressor. Got independence in 2011, only to turn against themselves since 2013 to date. Same scenario, Sudan, DRC, we can name them. And so the critical thing is to understand that the ideals we're looking for are not in a vacuum. It's really going back to questioning, programming, investing on those structural barriers so that we can get ahead. Now, just to conclude on the accountability question, in fact, I think maybe it's in my wildest imagination as a human rights lawyer. If we really invested in holding some people accountable, truly, I think we'll begin to see some shift. And it's that moment in our reality as a global race, not just in Kenya, because we've seen it across the board, where we have to ask ourselves, there's so much to do and such little resources. Where do we focus? Where do we galvanize? Where do we center our energy so that we see some shift? Not a little pieces of shifts here and there, but something needs to really shift in terms of accountability. And I think there's a huge gaping hole when it comes to accountability. We're full of lip service, and it also asks something about us as a society, that we actually have women amongst us who were raped in 2007 who still have fistula, that we still have children who were born as a result of those rapes, that we still have some who have bullets lodged in their bodies. And rather than draw a line on that list of 40,000 victims who were documented by the TJRC, we've added on 2017, 2022, 2023, 4, and 5. I would suggest, because we've said it's the long game, to the Gen Zs, to the Gen Millennial, Gen Zotters, and solidarity across the region, let's invest our energy in holding some people, somebody accountable.
Thank you, Tina. Before I give room for a couple of questions, I'd like Arnold to also speak to us from, because he spoke about the importance of a global and a regional perspective. What does he recommend going forward that we put in place just to make sure that there are structures? Because as Tina is saying, we can't operate in a vacuum. If we're going to sustain the momentum, if we're going to sustain the change, there must be structures that carry that change forward. So what would you recommend that we put in place to move forward the conversation from here?
No, thank you. And let me just endorse what my sister just said about accountability, because there cannot be sustainable peace unless there's justice and accountability. But then what I was thinking about as you were speaking, which is what differentiates Kenya from the rest of other geographies of impunity, is that here we've seen a resurgence of a fairly independent judiciary, or conditions that allow for the judiciary to be independent. And their lack of independence may be more to do with themselves than interference from the executive or external forces. And therefore, there's need, I think, to also keep the judiciary as independent as possible and to hold it accountable in terms of how they organize themselves. And why I say so, I think it's a fundamental difference, because in the other countries that you refer to, Sudan, South Sudan, Uganda, possibly Zimbabwe, Tanzania, we see that the judicial institution, which is supposed to be the safeguarding institution for justice and accountability, those ones, they have significant challenges as a result of the structural circumstances in which they are that make them less independent. So which means here, there is an opportunity if we are able to document and to identify potential candidates for accountability and be intentional about it. And because that will then consolidate. Because what I have seen and heard as you were speaking is that in my country, in some countries, there's been the deliberate outsourcing of violence, of abductions, of enforced disappearances to what I can call quasi-militia institutions in order to try and create a delinkage from in terms of state responsibility, so that you don't have your security sector as being directly attributed to those violations. And if we don't hold someone to account here, these governments learn from each other. You are going to see that the incidences of abductions and enforced disappearances will increase, targeted. And once that happens, and you are not associating that with a specific identifiable state apparatus, then it becomes more difficult to then hold people to account. And so I think this is the time for what she was saying. And for that to happen, it means you also have institutions in the Constitution. Yesterday I heard that there is some form of independent police oversight mechanism. Yeah. And I don't know to what extent it has produced any result. It's captured. It's not independent. So I think those are some of the problems, because once you have that, which means the moment they begin to outsource to militias that operate with the acquiescence of the state, and then it's going to be even more complicated. And that's why I endorse what my sister is saying. Thank you.
All right. We'll come back. So allow me to open up the floor. Our panelists will get a chance to make closing statements. But because of time, I will just make one request. Please be brief, 30 seconds or less. If you can make a question rather than a lengthy statement, I would be grateful. All right? So that we can go to lunch promptly. So I'll only take one round. Please love me after this. Thank you. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Please remember, state very brief, 30 seconds or less. If I cut you off, please. Okay, 8. That's it, please. So we'll start in this order.
Very good.
Please also direct your question to someone in particular so that we make it easier for them to answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, this is the question I want to have asked in the previous session, but nonetheless, let me ask because there is a continuation. Let me ask a question to Arnold because my question is in the face of maybe an emerging and ruthless tyrants, for instance, who are not ready to, of course, to allow this Gen Z to exercise their constitutional rights. How will they be termed, for instance, in Kenya here? You see the president, for instance, unleashing the military and even the goons to, of course, to disrupt the whole process. How can that be termed? In the event even the institution will collaborate with the state, and it's become very difficult to deal with. Thank you so much.
Thank you. 30 seconds or less? Thank you. Mr. Ogada.
You round it off to the nearest one. Wagoi, how are you? The Constitution of Kenya 2010 is a source of intergenerational dialogue. So that is a document that you can use and push for that dialogue to happen. If the politicians, the older guys are not listening to you, there's a way we push them in court for that dialogue to happen. And I saw you were sort of despondent, you want to be happy. Well, don't give up. Listen to this song by Chezidek, Reggae, Fight. Listen to that every morning when you tend to lose hope. Nerima, Siasa Place and what you're doing. There's a powerful office called the Registrar of Persons. Most of the rigging starts from there. That person is so powerful that he can decide this number of IDs go to this area, this within my office for a number of times. So think about litigation around that area and particularly around that office. Gen Zs, let's be practical. Leaderless, blah, blah, blah. We were having a conversation out there, but due to time I'll not repeat it here. But power is entrenched. How do you expect to get William Samoei Ruto and the machinery around him and occupy power? Practically not possible. And of course, with the madman in the US now edging them on, it's not practical. So what we can do locally here, let's be practical. Start with public participation. That's an area that has not been litigated and dealt with properly in terms of your capacity to change this country and to get things working. So public participation. The weakness of government and what you can achieve in terms of change in Kenya, please look at the politics out there. You see the West is recoiling internally. We have this crazy madman in Washington urging on dictators. Resolve and organize looking at those political dynamics. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ogada. Please do not follow Mr. Ogada's example. Step 2.
Thank you so much. He's my senior. I'm guided by him. My question is to Nerima, in her position as the director of Siasa Place. It's a very simple question, which is which spaces exist for intergenerational dialogue, and to that intergenerational dialogue also interclass dialogue, because our earlier conversation today was about class solidarity, and the struggle that we're in is a struggle for material things. So which spaces exist for that dialogue?
Okay, thank you. So that was number 3, 4, and 5 at the back. If you could also just state your name just so they respond to you by name, that would be all great.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Stanley Otieno. So I think I would want to pose this question to Tina and also to Arnold. So the first one would go to Arnold, because we're also looking into the future of democracy in East Africa and beyond. So how can we ensure that these the constitutional and the democratic gains of the older generations are not lost but adapted for the future? Because we are aware that some of the rights that we enjoy are as a result of the older generation. So how do we ensure that these things, they are not lost in the process of the intergenerational barazas, but they are adapted for the future? Then the second one to Tina, how do we ensure that these intergenerational dialogues or the barazas are not just symbolic, but this is translated into a shared power and joint decision making within these spheres? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Please don't explain your question, just state your question. I'm really trying to be polite.
Thank you.
If you could keep it to one question, I would really love it.
All right, thank you. My name is Jacob Emoich. My question goes to both Arnold and Tina. The ESC Treaty envisions integration of the region both on a political and socio-economic front. I would like to know how far are we, and since your generation of leaders have failed to actualize this, do you think it will take the Gen Z leadership from both of this East African region to make this dream to come to pass? Thank you.
Okay, we have met the ones who blame millennials, ndiao. The ones who failed. That was number 5 and 6. They were on this side. 7 and 8 were on this side. Dictatorship. Hapa.
Thank you very much. I was about to protest. This table has been ignored for most of this conference.
I apologize.
And therefore, I take exception and I'll use 1 minute. So thank you once again. My name is Sarah Kasande. I'm from Uganda. I'd like to thank the panelists. I think for me, the fundamental framing of intergenerational building is important. And thank you, Arnold, for that, because it helps us avoid the pitfalls of us versus them. And as Tina has highlighted, that if we are to achieve systemic change, we cannot afford to be ahistorical. We must understand how the systems of power continue to persist, reinvent themselves, even in the face of significant change. So what lessons can we all learn from the past, from what has been done? How do we avoid those power dynamics that aim to separate us and all work towards a collective goal of achieving systemic change? And my point with relation to the last panel, and I'm sorry to add that, is we should avoid the issue of saying we're pursuing power for power's sake. Power is a means to achieve transformation and change. So that should be the ultimate goal, and power as a tool to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Final question. Please remember the dialogue can continue over the meal. You're not stuck to asking questions here.
And two powerful panels this morning. And I had questions for the morning and questions for now, and I didn't manage. I wasn't seen, like she says. But I want to say that these two panels have given us hope moving forward. And although I had many points, I only want to say one, Miss Moderator, that the social justice centers, I want to give you information that you may not have. Like Nerima, I train across the counties. And I train human rights across the counties. And I have been shocked that as far as Mandera, which is the farthest part of Kenya from Nairobi, as far as Turkana, as far as Marsabit, I just call for community leaders training. And among the introductions, somebody says, I'm a representative of the Social Justice Center in Mandera, in Turkana, in Marsabit. So have hope. It's not just in Nairobi. You started off from Mathare, I know, but it is all over the country. So the movement is there. Me, I'm a hope person.
Thank you. Thank you for ending us on a hopeful note. So I'll allow the panelists just a couple of minutes to conclude, and then we can all go to lunch. Please, if you have a question or comment, feel free to raise it with them over the lunch break, all right? So we'll just go in this, So we'll just go in this order kindly.
So as I gingerly approach the stage, there's something Nerima said about imprinting words that media eventually pick up.
Okay.
Perhaps a challenge to civil society organizations. Why are we saying abductions when we can say what it is? Enforced disappearances. So we also have a responsibility to use the right terminologies when we are pushing for, when we are pushing these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Wangoi.
As I answer or I make a remark on what Senior said about starting from public participations. Some of these public participations are co-opted. That's why as social justice movement, we started having people's assemblies in part of public participation. Because let me give you an example. I met comrade here. Please remind me your name, lawyer? Job. I met him in a public participation of Ngong Forest. And this public participation had been called by the KFS after pictures had surfaced of, what was they calling it? Eco Lodge. Eco Lodge, 4 houses, I think, in the forest, aimed to harbor people who are coming for AFCON. And it was crazy because a public participation had been done. This is after these houses are seen on the internet. A public participation had been held, but the public participation that had been pushed through was for creation of a perimeter wall, protecting the forest. And now, kumbe subconsciously we had accepted for an eco launch to be built in the forest. And we didn't know, as we had passed for the building of what? Of a fence, not even a perimeter wall, because this is a forest. It's supposed to be something very friendly to the forest. And an eco launch was built instead. So we have to come up with things that work for us, because this government is just in shambles. So we have spoken, now these are my final remarks. We have spoken about the role of women and the continuous effort that women have put in this struggle, not only here in Kenya, but all around the continent. And on 25th June of last month, as we commemorated our comrades who were shot in Parliament last year, crazy things happened in CBD. Women were raped by goons. Goons were accompanied by police. Police and goons looted the city. And a comrade of mine wrote a poem. I am an artist, a visual artist, nachoranga, I draw. But we say it is the role of artists to make the revolution irresistible. And so as I end, I'll leave you with a poem that was written by Tafari. Watu wangu wa media wako wapi? Propaganda. Let me read it for you guys. It's written to brothers. It was written by a brother to brothers. To my brothers, what we need to understand. After the night of June 25th, when state hired goons used rape as a weapon against women protesting for justice in Kenya. Brothers, we need to talk about what happened that night. Not as distant observers, not as sympathetic allies, but as men who benefit from the system that made this violence possible. The goons who hunted women in the darkness, they are not anomalies. They are the logical extensions of what we have built together. A world where women's bodies are battlegrounds for men. Every time you laughed at the rape jokes, stayed silent when your friend talked about putting her in her place, every time you treated women's fear as overreaction, you laid groundwork for that night. The state did not invent rape as a weapon. We did. In our homes, our workplaces, our streets. The goons just made visible what we have always known, that women's bodies are currency in men's wars. Brothers, I need you to sit down with this. Those women were raped because they dared to demand for justice. The message was clear. Step out of line and we will destroy what you think belongs to you. Your bodily autonomy. Your right to exist without terror. This is what male supremacy looks like when it drops the mask. But here's what we don't want to admit. Every day, we participate in the systems that make women calculate their safety. And that makes them text their friends when they get home, and that makes them carry keys between their fingers. We are not the good guys watching from the sidelines. We are the members of the class that hold power through violence and the threat of violence. The goons were hired, but we have been doing this work for free our whole lives. So, what now? Stop waiting for women to teach you about patriarchy. Stop expecting them to manage your learning process. Stop making your enlightenment their emotional labor. Start disrupting other men. Not gently, not diplomatically. Disrupt them the way they disrupt women's lives. Understand that your comfort is built on their fear. Your freedom of movement exists because theirs is constrained. The women who were violated that night were fighting for a Kenya where justice is possible. They were brutalized for that vision. The question is not whether you support them. The question is, what are you willing to sacrifice of your male privilege to make this vision possible? Because until we are willing to lose power, we are just more goons in better clothing. This is not about being a better man. This is not about this is about dismantling the system that makes men the ones who get to be better or worse, while women keep paying the price either way. More power to the people, more power.
Thank you, Wangoi. Arnold, you can go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll be brief and just collapse into a general response. And I think, with all due respect, most of the solutions to the country's problems will come from the people in here. So I think with the one thing that we need to do is to envision institutions. I think it's Justice yesterday we spoke about the fact that if we believe in separation of powers as a model of governance, then we need to have institutions that are envisioned in terms of the Constitution and move away from the strongman syndrome. And from the responses that I got, it's very clear to me that unless we are able to defend the judiciary and other institutions of accountability, justice and accountability, that will be the next arena of conflict. The judiciary is definitely going to be undermined, it's going to be infiltrated, and I think it's going to be weakened, because that's an institution of accountability. And it logically follows that if we have goons and people who are committing violations with impunity, the only guarantee for impunity is if you have got a weak police force or co-opted police force, which I think we do have, but also a weak judiciary. The judiciary is being weakened, but it's still strong enough to be able to carry out accountability, provided what Ogada said, we use the lawyers in order to strengthen our transformation initiatives. So around the question of public participation, I totally agree with him that if there hasn't been a process to test the ability of the judiciary to contribute to the strengthening of civic participation, that may be an area. And then the question of young people being taken as strategic partners and not afterthoughts. I think you are very lucky as a country that you have young people who have provided leadership. In many countries, like I think Senegal was closest to what is happening here, when Wade, who was a long-term president, tried to extend his term. The older generations were the ones who were traditionally fighting for democracy and being involved in elections. But you then had, I think it was called the San Mare movement, where the youth began to take it upon themselves. And it actually produced a result which had momentum, that even when President Sall tried to extend his term, it failed, because a combination of young people and a strong independent judiciary resulted in elections being held when he was trying to postpone them. So here we have a convergence where the old people, I mean old activists, Jerry and others, a person like Willie Mutunga and my sister here, and the Gen Z and young people, there's that convergence which you then need strong institutions to be able to pull through. And then the vision has to be institutional visions, not individual visions. Thank you.
I had one question from Cheptum, and I would say there's spaces that exist for interclass institutions, higher learning, vocational, but one that's very interesting, when the protest started last year, Occupy churches. Churches is big. And even All Saints, when they had their service on the 22nd, I knew from that service the turnout for the 25th was going to be large. Because that was an example of an interclass gathering at All Saints. And also why on the front page today, the president is trying to build a 1.2 billion church. Because he knows that. So I would say, as much as a lot of younger people are not religious, it's to think of the church as a political organizing tool. Is something that I'm constantly trying to push. And also, it's to deplatform rogue politicians from the church. That's where our power lies. And in conclusion from this conversation, I would say that, democracy is built. It's something that I believe oftentimes it's renewed by generations, but it must be protected. And I'm so proud to see young people basically protecting our constitution. That is what they are doing. And they are living it. I think this is something that we must drill into the heads of people who were clamoring for a constitution. It's young people who are saying, okay, it's here, we are protecting it. And that's where that intergenerational convening comes. So to have the courage, young people as the engine, but we need older generations for strategy, is where the power lies.
Thank you so much. Going last, I think a lot has been said, so I'll just complement what the rest of the panelists have said. So there was a point that Arnold had made earlier asking about IPOA, but you've actually come back and responded to the issue in terms of institutions. And I go back to the long term. I can't run away from it because we set up an independent policing oversight authority, which is very, very weak. Extremely weak. I mean, sometimes when the commissioners or the chairperson are put in front of the media to respond to questions about how far they've gone with their investigations, they don't even have the capacity to do the bulk of what we have tasked them to do in that law. And that's why I'm going back to, when I speak about Kenya, and I'm sure it's the same for all of our different countries. Today, we go back and look at what we aspired to achieve through the constitutional reforms, through the National Land Commission, through the National Gender Inequality Commission, through the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, and take a step back and ask ourselves, where are we? And that's why I'm saying, let's try. We can offer the leadership, which is already being provided, social justice centers, Siasa Place, and ICJ and others. Take a step back. Let's try not to be event-oriented, but build on the long term. Now, what that's going to mean for us now, to the two questions that were posed to me, is in the normative framing, particularly when we look at human rights, we've tended to look more at the state. The state is the duty bearer. The state must do X, Y, Z. This same state. So today, what do we ask CS Murkomen? What do we ask the IG? What do we ask? This is the state. And that's where you begin to see the innovation, for instance, by the opposition group, Martha Karua, Eugene Kalonzo, the establishment of the People's, what is it called? People Justice. There's a commission that's been set up. Last week I had people ask, and I was in several WhatsApp groups, I'm sure you also, some were asking, sasa wakioccupy State House alafu? Or there have been debates I've seen on X Space. What was the value of 25th protest last week? There is significant value in the protection because we are saying a statement that of defiance is basically speaking back to the state to say, not at this cost. We will push back. And that's why I end by saying, for young people so that it's not tokenistic and continuing to strengthen this bridge between different generations requires a huge investment. And I'm speaking to ourselves, the ICJs and the rest of us. We should put the money in documenting, exchanging, building the knowledge, because it doesn't pass itself through the air, right? It's speaking to Njeri, it's speaking to Arnold, it's speaking to all of us together and recreating and building. That's where the investment needs to go. When the Constitution was about to be promulgated in 2010 and prior, Uraia gave money across the country, every nook and corner. There was public education. Why are we not seeing those resources being channeled to the social justice centers in Mandera, in Lamu, in Kilgoris, all across this country? I think it's a moment for us to really ask ourselves, where must the investment go to shift the tide? Because otherwise, we will continue to replay the script book as we've seen it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My panelists, Tina Lai, Nerima Wako, Arnold Sunga, happy birthday again. And Wangui, thank you so much. So let's do an emoji clap. You don't need to move around your hands. Just raise your hands if you've appreciated the conversation. Was it good? Good. All right, allow me to just hand over the microphone back to... All right, so I'm told that our panel will take a group photo. Clearly, I don't know how to read signs. So we'll take a group photo and then we will go to a lunch break. I believe the ICJ team will give us direction on when we should come back from lunch. But thank you everyone for your participation. Have a good one.
Duration of that session. We will now proceed for lunch and we'll be back at 2:40. Please try and have a very quick lunch. As you also have your lunch, please reflect. Hey. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Agada, can you hear me? When you come back, please reflect on your rallying call. We have had 3 days of conversation. What do you want to see moving forward? So also document that, because what I'll be asking you to do is actually put it to paper. So we will be seeing the rallying call streaming. We're going to have a tool. So we'll just be putting it there. It's anonymous. So just speak your heart, speak your mind. Of course, let's also ensure we don't put, you know what I mean, on the screen. But speak your mind, speak your heart. Let's see that you can get concrete actions. What would you want to see in the next democracy? So what I'll be asking you to do is very simple. Think about reflecting on all the 3 panels. What is your rallying call from the conference? What should we do as a collective? Who should be in this room? Where have we seen gaps? What should we strengthen? And what are our asks and demands for democracy moving forward? Roots discusses methods, social and political practices. We will be having on this panel Mr. Bon Makolwal. He's a senior program manager at the LGA. LGA focuses on elections and governance in Kenya, but also in East Africa and the African region, and they've been a close partner of ICJ in the question of election and governance. We will have on this panel the leader of the International Commission of Jurists, Eric Mukoya. He will also give his perspectives. Karibu sana, Eric. So it's not often that you moderate your boss, so pray for me. We will have on this panel Ms. Lynette Mishemi from the Ford Foundation. We have had a lot of questions asked about the role of donor entities, development partners. So she'll also give a few perspectives that could help you shape and also think moving forward how certain partners in different spaces could also contribute to the work that you do. We will have on this panel Mr. Mula Musau, the director of ELOG. ELOG also works in elections, yeah? So we have Elgia and ELOG. There's a deliberateness on the question of elections in this panel because we have to tie out with a rallying call on elections. So we will have ELOG and Elgia on the same panel. And last but not least, we'll have Mr. Isaac Mutemi, who has been a political mobilizer. He has coordinated young people's voices in the political movement. So he's been listening keenly to what has been said and will also give his perspective around the place of young people in the political discourse. So now that I have my whole panel here, I will ask you to briefly, and I do mean briefly, introduce the work you do in the context of democracy. And then we will go to the people. That's it. Do not give a lot of conversation. Just introduce your organization and the work you do in the context of democracy. So we will start from Mula's side. Let's use that microphone.
Good afternoon. So let me follow the instructions to the letter. My name is Mule Musau. I work as the head of the Secretariat for the Elections Observation Group, but I also work as a regional coordinator for the Eastern Horn of Africa Election Observation Platform, bringing together a number of citizen election platforms in the region to observe and monitor and track electoral processes in the region and in our country. Thank you. Well, I don't know what else you want me to add to that, but basically our work is in elections. We have taken an electoral cycle approach in terms of monitoring and tracking these processes, noting that elections long moved from the single day event that they are, that even the demonstrations and the protests that we're having in the country today and in other parts of the continent are part of the process in which we are able to make determinations about our governance. And therefore, they are all important processes that we need to track, we need to participate and engage in. And that's the work that we are trying to midwife in our organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lynette Misheni. I am the grants officer from the Ford Foundation. Ford Foundation has been a friend to Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania for over 64 years now. And currently our investments are around expanding civic space, protection of human rights.
Try this one.
Has money been poured? I hope not. All right. Yes, so really thinking about how we can expand the civic space, protection of human rights defenders, ensuring that, independent media continues to be at play in our country, but really the human rights movement. So that's the kind of investments we've been working during this strategic period. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynette. Eric, what do we do?
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's also very difficult to be given instructions sometimes. But International Commission of Jurists, where we sit, we do a number of things in regards to guarding and enhancing democracy in this country. Number one is that we build capacities of institutions, both state and non-state, in understanding electoral governance processes. We have a special training with judges and magistrates, especially to understand how to deal with election petitions. The other aspect on the non-state part is also us asking whether the digital space, which is now a civic space, how does it enhance democracy? And ICJ has been on the forefront and has litigated a number of cases to ensure that the digital space remains relevant If you may remember the case about the internet shutdown, we've been part of that conversation. You remember the issue of WorldCoin, we've been part of that conversation. And we are saying the digital space should be as free as possible because it is a tool, it is a platform, it's also an economic platform where people can actually engage. The other aspect is looking at how laws and policies speak to the people's interests and needs when it comes to matters elections and democracy. So we have engaged in preemptive legal conversations, but also reactive, especially when things come. And maybe just to be to caution, because this is going to come. We have, for instance, the Kenya Information Bill, Kenya Information and Communication Bill, that is being put forward by a senator. And if you had, the only thing that the president did was to remove, and his parliamentarians was to remove the aspect of KRA in the finance bill. But that aspect of KRA is in that particular bill, that the KRA will be able to access your accounts in whichever form. So let us please be aware of that. So part of the work we do is also to caution communities and build their capacity to understand those legal matters.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you. Those are instructions.
Bon, what do you do?
Thank you much, Julie. ELGIA is Electoral Law and Governance Institute for Africa. We focus majorly on electoral governance areas where we deal and engage with the electoral governing bodies like IBC, regional political parties, Parliament by extension, judiciary on issues to do with the electoral reforms. We also deal with the dispute resolution through the judiciary and all the aspects that deals with the electoral law and the governance and also the implementation of those various laws. We also consent majorly on the drafting or legislative drafting in conjunction with the Parliament and all even other civil society organizations through Chaguzi platform, of which we see clearly how we can have and strengthen democracy through dialogue, advocacy, and all that it pertains to strengthen the Chapter 7, especially in Kenya and around the region. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Isaac Mutemi. My background is in political organizing. I've been involved since around 2016, particularly around understanding how the political infrastructure we have serves to both mobilize the youth and disenfranchise them at the same time, and at the same time also understanding how young people interface with the political process. So I've been actively involved in election cycles, mobilizing for political candidates both in 2017 and in 2022 at the gubernatorial and national level. I'm currently at Columbia University pursuing a Master of International Affairs, so I'm happy to also connect what is happening in Kenya with what is happening in the United States. So I'm happy to be here, happy to contribute. Thanks.
Thank you very much. You have heard from the panel, and the reason why I did that at the very beginning was because I'm going to throw it back to you. So if the tech team can confirm that the QR code can go up, that we have the QR code ready to go up, I want everyone to scan the code that is going up. I can see they're saying it's going up, so it's going up soon. And when they scan the code, just answer the questions. And we're going to reflect from those answers. So we'll be able to see everyone's answers to the questions, and then we think about it. Because as the closing session, what I want us to do is imagine building a democracy together. So that it's not my panel of experts who have the monopoly of knowledge on building the democracy. Everyone in this room has actually been speaking about it for the last 2 days. So then how then do we contribute to a conversation where we're all seeing how everyone else is thinking, basically? So tech team, do you want a few more minutes? Give me advice. We can move on if not. They've asked for 1 more minute. So as they ask for a minute, I think I would like to start here. I wanted you to be the closer, but now you'll be the starter. What, from the last 3 days, you have listened to conversation around democracy. We started these sessions by talking about authoritarianism, the issue about civic space. We then moved to another conversation around youth and the question of the engagement. We talked about the independence of judiciaries, the independence of institutions, the adherence to rule of law. We transitioned into the question of gender, feminism movements, and their contribution in democracy or the lack of thereof. We then had conversation from young people and slightly not young people around art and activism and how it's been central to the quest for democracy. We transitioned into money politics and democracy, the place of money, illicit financial flows, corruption, and how it has dented democracies. We transitioned into today's conversation around young people and intergenerational barazas. So where you sit, having reflected on the last 3 days, where do you see our democracy from not only the point of view of Kenya, and because I love the fact that my panel is not only Kenyan in terms of nationality, but all of you working regionally. What do you foresee or see is a solution or a quest towards the building of a democracy? So we'll start from farthest coming in again. So Mule, you have the first bite of the cherry. What do you see that we could do to build this democracy together, particularly for East Africa, because that's the focus of this particular conversation? What routes should we take?
Well, thank you for the question, Julie. But first, I must say, hasten to say that I don't have the benefit of the 3 days conversation that you had here because I was not there. So I'll just react to it. It's not audible enough? Okay. Yeah. So I was saying that since I did not have the benefit of the conversation that you carried out the last 3 days, I'll be able just to speak to the question as you've asked it in terms of how I understand.
Sorry, Mule, is the mic working? I think there's a slight problem. We can hear you though, but I don't think the rest can hear you. And the video will not capture your wisdom.
Hello, 1 2 3 1 2 3. Can you hear? Good. Yeah. So my perspective, my thinking in terms of the direction that we need to follow as a region, even as an African continent, I think the first thing that we need to settle is whose democracy or whose governance we are speaking about. Because the first thing, and why I work in citizen election observation, is because the premise of all this conversation that we need to have is about the people. It is about the people and what the people want, where the people want to go, how they want to be governed, and what kind of institutions and processes they want to be able to carry out the activities or carry out the democratic experience with. And therefore, for me, that's the first premise. So from where I sit, having observed electoral processes in the region, in my country, a lot of the problems that we are having is that you see a very clear disconnect between governance and the people. And yet, this is supposed to be a governance that speaks about what the people's aspirations should be. So that is a first disconnect, and that's something that needs to be remedied moving forward. Because if you are to speak about then democracy, or you want to speak about governance in respect to a people-led process, then the people become the first variable that we must, in fact, they are the constant that must be first dealt with before we cannot be able to move to the rest of the processes. So the first junction would be, how do we make governance relatable to the people? How can the people be the ones ensuring that they control the stakes when it comes to the electoral processes, the democratic processes in their respective countries? If you have a quick scan of this region, whether we are in Ethiopia, where I understand my contacts on the ground are already there are bills, just like there are bills here, which are being developed to ensure that the public or the electoral agents and observers cannot be able to get access or funding to observe electoral processes. Or it is in Uganda or in Tanzania, where the question about accreditation and access, therefore, to those electoral processes has been curtailed by those in authority. Authoritarian regimes, conflict areas like Sudan, South Sudan, the DRC, which is just within our neighborhood, is very clear that whatever is going on cannot be for the people. The extraction of minerals in the Congo and others, is it serving the people of the Congo? The conflict in the Sudan, is it about the people of Sudan? There was a revolution there. The people wanted change. What we have at the moment, is it serving the people? So you do a quick scan, and what you find is what is pretending to be democratic experiences or practices in this country, but they are not. So if you ask me about the way forward is about how then we can be able to make the citizens start agitating or become excited about their governance in a manner that they participate in those processes directly. So all efforts towards enhancing the capacity of the citizen to be able to participate effectively, to engage the processes. That's why the Gen Z revolution is very romantic across the continent, because it is one which endears them in terms of how determination of the direction that their countries or the continent is supposed to take. So for me, the first position is how can we bring this story to the people? And the people are not just here in Nairobi or in the capital centers, it's in all these spaces, in the villages, and how those people therefore partake in the determination of their futures directly without having to go through a broker. Brokers who, as we see today, who don't seem to understand what the people's wishes are.
Okay. So Mula's point, how do we make governance relatable to everyone? How do we make it exciting? How do you make it refreshing? How do you agitate for people to just want to engage in the process? So I know the QR code is up. I hope people are filling things. I'll be able to see once you are filled. So please tell me if there's a technical difficulty. It's working? It's good? So you are filling things as we talk? Good. I will give you the results. Don't worry, my panel. I will give you the results. This will be an IBC process. I'll cue a choir. So, Lynette,
yes.
What is your takeaway from this, based on everything you've heard for the last 3 days?
Oh, I mean, my first one is that this has to be a long game, and long games require resilience. So then it leaves me with the nudge to really think about how do we build resilience for the young generation. In fact, we even need to think about what does a civil society look like for a young person. And at the foundation, we've been talking about some of the statistics we've been getting, that public trust is not only going down for governance and, government institutions, but trust is also declining for the civil society organizations. And we are starting to see a lot of informal movements that do not necessarily relate to any civil society organization. And then there's a lot of conversation about how civil society is very expensive to maintain and to run, and that we are starting to be seen as brokers as well. So then if we are saying this is a long game and that there's an intergenerational capacity, strengthening that needs to happen, how do we do that when there's no trust of us as civil society organizations? So, and then you think about that in terms of resilience of these other youth serving and youth leading organizations. So that's what I would say, one. The other thing I was thinking about is where, and you asked who are missing in this conversation. I thought about the business community. What would they have said to our conversations here? And is it the business community that has captured the government, or the state has captured business? And how do we start having some business community on our side and convince them that they need a stable environment for businesses to run, so that we are not talking amongst ourselves in a language that we only understand, but also other people who are not in these spaces. And so then it goes to, when we say expanding civic space, what does that mean, for example? Who makes the civic space, and how can we expand it? I think about people like history teachers in this country. It was very exciting to listen to the academia community in this meeting, but I was thinking about history teachers, drama teachers in this country, people with a lot of influence in forging imaginations for young minds. And so if we are playing the long game, we have to think about, yes, the Gen Z, but the Gen Alpha is coming on strong. Are we preparing them? What is the language we are using for them? So that's the kind of thing I've been thinking about. And also with the growth of content creators, then we are starting to see journalism, sort of take a backseat. But we all know that there's a skill set in journalism that's not necessarily in content creators. So how do we make sure we don't miss out on the skills of journalists? Even as we consume a lot from content creators. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I actually love the contribution around business community. Is there someone from the business community here? Yeah, we actually missed them. So thank you for pointing that out. I actually agree completely with everything you said. We need to redefine the civic space. We are often talking about Gen Z, there's Gen Alpha. A lot of our Gen Alphas are seeing what's happening to the Gen Zs, and they're asking how we can be so tolerant to atrocities happening to their senior colleagues, to our people, our brothers and sisters. And then how are we curating this messaging for them? I also like the fact that you're talking about journalists, artists, and we have actually had that conversation around activism in this meeting, and clearly there needs to be a deliberateness in how we ensure that we have the creative elements in the question of democracy. Thank you so much for your insights. Over to you, Eric.
Thanks, Julie. Before I speak, I would like, after everyone has spoken and the 3 days, it reminds me of a story of development in West Africa or somewhere in Central Africa. There's this story about people who came and they had conversations with the local people, and the problem was water. And problem being water, people decided we need boreholes. And so they made boreholes because children were walking, women were walking long distances. But every year when these guys will come back, they'll find that only 2 boreholes are working, the rest are dead. And so the question was, why is it that these boreholes keep dying? So they had a conversation with the community, and the community said, we don't know how to repair, and so they did a capacity building, and they even had fundis, and they repaired. But they will come the next year and they'll find still the boreholes are dead. And the only boreholes that were working were the farthest. What do you think was the problem? Why is it that the farthest borehole was working and the ones near home were not working? Someone? Why are the boreholes not working? Okay. Because of time. So they had a meeting with the elders, and the elders told them the boreholes cannot work because when they work, you kill our generations. Do you understand why? Anybody who can guess what that meant? That water was collected by children. When the borehole was near home, parents will not have time to procreate. Okay, so let's come back to the meeting. And so I would like you to look at this conversation in that context. So what it has spoken to me, one, is that we have ideological poverty. And ideological poverty is something that must be addressed. The second bit is that we are a structure and content of colonial vestiges, but also a result of the geopolitical dynamics. And what that means, I'm happy when we hear people talk about the private sector, the business community. But remember that the elections mostly are funded by corporations. So even as we want to bring these guys on board, we need to be asking ourselves some of those difficult questions. What I've also learned in this process is that we have political injustice that needs to be addressed. And in that, there are a number of things. One, we have the issue of electoral injustice. We have the issue of deprived community agency that should have turned public participation into something more tolerable for us. Then we suffer a problem of what I call a winning intolerance. That when you win, then everybody else is an enemy to you. And the opposite of that is impunity of loss. That you lose, but there's a level of impunity that you have to engage. And if you look at the current Kenya context, it will give you that. I want to use those three to then dive into what Julie is asking. So what are we supposed to do? And I'll go back to what Mule Masao said. Do we have credible, people-centric election processes and political management vehicles? If you look at our IEBC now, and you look at the Tanzanian institution, which is, I think, Independent Commission, what is the difference? They're doing similar things. And they're doing similar things, yet Kenya speaks of a progressive constitution, very good laws. So where is the problem? The second bit is, are we able to make the presidency less lucrative? How do we do that? In my small thinking, one is, are we able to reduce the president's power to appoint? Because when the president appoints, then all manner of mediocrity comes into play. So we have institutions that have good constitutional mandate with weak people who cannot live to the spirit of those particular offices. I've always said this, and I'll say it here, that if today I was made the chairman of IBC, I will go and talk to my wife and tell her, you know what, ma'am, I have signed a death sentence. And because I have decided to dance with the devil, I need you to know that our property in Nakuru have another child elsewhere. So just in case I die, please take care of this so that I do the right thing. I need to have the conviction that this institution I'm driving is supposed to bring about change and supposed to do what it's supposed to do. The other aspect I'd like to talk about is, can you reduce commercialization of democracy and humanize it? And if you look at that, you look at how, for you to be an MCA in this country, how much do you need? You need 5 million. What is your salary? 150,000. So 5 million, even if you want 150,000 per month for 12 months, just about maybe 1 million shillings. So what happens? Where do you get the other 5 million that you're spending every other time? There is need for us to reduce this and make it lighter. The other thing, maybe to make presidency, let's make presidency less lucrative, is, can you put systems in place where we can make people accountable even after coming from power? That you don't use the monopoly of violence because you're in power, and when you leave, we let you scot-free. Let people be ready to be accountable even when they leave power. I am thinking, if we decided, for example, that our political parties have an ideology around what they do, and we can be accountable around those ideologies, we will reduce a lot of things. We don't have a value system, despite the fact that we have an Article 10 in the Kenyan Constitution that speaks to that. I look at Uganda and look at Kenya and look at the three presidents, one extremely old, one very gender-driven, and one very youth-driven. But their behavior as though they were cooked in the same pot by my grandmother. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. I endorse, not because we work together, but I endorse because I believe that what you've said is good, in the sense of, let's actually lessen the powers of the president in terms of the various powers to appoint people. And we have seen the appointments. Some of them have largely been friends and allies and people within his spaces. So clearly he is, political power to the president is a way of also giving back to the people who supported your campaign and therefore will benefit from your presidency. So let's have independent institutions that can do what they're meant to do. That's the rallying call. Question of electoral injustice, I cannot buttress that more, because we need to address the injustices of yesterday for us to actually move ahead and create better systems for tomorrow. Humanizing democracy? Completely agree. So the reason why I'm repeating is because I hope that some of these things are actually going to be in the QR code when we finally open up the servers. So we will see what people have been saying. You already align with most thoughts, I believe, because I could see heads nodding. So Bon, where do you see us going? How do we build stronger democracies, not only in Kenya, but in East Africa? You can also reflect on Africa, because I know you have a bit of work outside the East African region. So how do we build better democracies for tomorrow?
Thank you, Julie. I'll not start it with a story, but I'll try to concentrate so much on really what is the aspect of democracy as it is. For the longest time, and if you go back to our history, we have been concentrating so much on liberal and procedural democracy. And if you look at it right now, what is happening is that people have become more vigilant and more educated, that they want now to bring up the substantive democracy into play. And if you look at the difference is that for the longest time, the older generation, for example, people who fought for the new constitution in Kenya, for example, they really fought hard to have substantive or liberal democracy, of where you'll find the separation of powers. There are structures on how people can wake up in the morning and vote, the spirit of fair, free elections, and where it has been the mentality that democracy is about elections and it ends there. What is happening today is that the new generation, let's call them the Gen Zs, they are now looking deeper into what democracy is. And they are now thinking of the substantive democracy that brings out, okay, you have won the election. So what? We want you to deliver on what we think this is how we want to be governed. It's not about election. Democracy is not about winning election. It does not end like a football match that now we have won, we celebrate. It was Arsenal versus Man U winning. No, okay, the team has won. You have won the election. Can you now govern us as per the what you promised, as per your manifestos? And all these things start from the political parties' development. When political party players are now coming to play, they are coming to contest. They develop ideologies, develop manifestos. Will they really govern as per what they promised? And that's why you'll hear people saying, give us what you promised. You promised a lot. Tell us, have you really performed as per the promise that you gave us? And this is where we are right now, that the realization of the substantive democracy is across the continent. It's in Kenya, it's in Ethiopia, it's in South Africa, where people are demanding for services. People are trying to say that, can you govern people-driven ideologies, not your own, where the end justifies the means? And that's why you'll find that, yes, there are judiciary, yes, there are IBC, but look, there's a deeper look at how people looked at democracy 10 years ago is not how the new generation look at democracy. To them, they are looking into the deep aspect of democracy. Because yes, in our constitution, we have the devolution. In our constitution, we have the structures of how we can conduct an election, and we'll have free, fair, we have the judiciary, but they want to see the service delivery, the agendas that you put in place as they per what you promised. And that is really what they're working at. And if you look at it deeply, there's this intergenerational, there must be somewhere that their minds must meet, because this is what you brought to the table. You have brought the structures of how we can have leaders on board, but now with us, we want to look at deeper on how we are being governed as per what we think is right for us, not as per what you think as a member of parliament, not what you think as the president, but as per what you must deliver as per what we think is right. What are your priorities as a governor? What are your priorities as an MP? Do we meet at some point based on what you think and what we think and this generation? And that's why it's good for us right now to have this conversation of substantive democracy vis-a-vis the procedural democracy and liberal democracy that we have believed in and seen for some time right now.
Thank you very much, Bon. Very powerful. There's something you said, and I actually asked myself, it's 3 years down from 2022, right? You could say 3 years now. Who has tracked the promises on elections? Like, I know there was a tracker. Someone created that, the tracker on the manifestos. Mzalendo has been tracking? Is that information there? Do we know at what point? Is the Kenya Kwanza government performing at 50%, 60%, 10%, 20%? Who knows? And this is now how we zero the conversation into tracking, accountability, monitoring, documenting, demanding using data-driven, evidence-based reporting, whereby we say, this is what you promised, have you delivered? Why did you fall short? Because unfortunately, each manifesto will always look the same if we never track the manifestos. So another rallying call to us, let's get more active. I liked the last panel, which gave us a lot of work in terms of we need to do the hard work. So maybe this is part of the hard work. Let's track the promises. Let's ensure that we can give them their own report about their own performance, not based on anything else other than their promises. Interesting reflection. Thank you, Bon, there. Let's move to someone who has actually worked with people who are trying to build democracies.
So I'd like to divide my contribution in 3 parts. So the first part, I want to talk about agency in the political process. It'll be in general, but I'll talk about youth agency and then agency in general in the political process. Then the second one, I would like to talk about the equilibrium between democracy and authoritarianism, which I really like the response my brother has given here about procedural versus substantive democracy. So I'd like to talk about that equilibrium between democracy and authoritarianism and how it's been playing out over the last 30 years. And then the last part is a question of some ideas or some contributions about what is the role of the civil society in this intersection, this interaction between agency and the equilibrium between democracy and authoritarianism. So to the first part, to the question of agency, since it's the hottest topic in the room, let's start with the discussion about Gen Z. And because I was actively involved in these discussions about youth participation in politics in 2022 and before, I want to use that as my starting point. And using that as a starting point, what I'm seeing is that we have actually gone through a process. We're partially through a certain process, and I have a draft for what the next process might look like, and I want to just discuss a little bit of that. And so from 2022, what I'm looking at is that we have an evolution from apathy. If you remember the discussions around the involvement of the youth in 2022, there's a lot of hand-wringing about why young people don't care about politics, why they're not involved in politics, and that was around apathy. So we have the question of apathy. And so I want, from 2022, 2024, what I saw was from apathy to leaderlessness. So there was an evolution there that we moved from apathy to leaderlessness, and there was something that was saying. Then from leaderlessness to chaos, that's something else that I want to discuss a little bit. And then from chaos to the possibility of dialogue, so that's something else. And then from dialogue to institutions. Now, the reason I'm scripting it this way is because from my standpoint, from my vantage point, I think there is a temptation that when formal institutions, and by institutions I'm basically referring to everywhere from families to civil society to the government, any corporate entity that has a legal or organizational basis that has concretized, when discussions are happening about the youth within those institutions, there is a tendency that there is this paradox that what these institutions are asking for the youth, from the youth, when they get it, it's not in the form they were asking for it in. And so there is this dissonance that we were asking you for this. Okay. So there is, going back to my thought process, yes. So I was talking about institutions, the dialogue between institutions and the youth. And the sense is that in the dialogue between institutions and the youth, there is this paradox that when these institutions make demands of the youth or have certain expectations of the youth, there is this paradox that then what the youth give in return does not come in the form in which the formal institutions expected it in. And when it doesn't come in the form that they were expecting it in, then there is this sense of, so how do we make sense of what exactly you're saying? And the phenomenon that best expresses this is this one from apathy to leaderlessness. That on the one hand, there was lots of discourse, people telling the youth that, hey, you can't afford to give up on our politics. You have to remain interested in our politics. But when the youth say, no, we will not get involved on your terms, we are going to actually get involved on our own terms, then there has been a little bit of angst about, so what does that mean, and how does that actually take place? And in my opinion, from my perspective, the phenomenon of leaderlessness was actually one of the only few options that existed for young people to get involved in the political process. And in order to understand this, I want to jump a little bit to the second point that I was talking about, which is the equilibrium between democracy and authoritarianism, to be able to explain why the state of agency has moved in the form that I have described. Now, over the last maybe 5 or 6 years, research has been conducted about the state of democracy across Africa, and particularly inspired with the framing of looking at it in the context of 30 years after the second wave of democracy in 1990. And what the research has shown is that while initially there was a lot of promise and a lot of optimism that the second wave of democracy that began in the 1990s was going to lead to greater democratization, and you're going to have greater civil liberties in all across Africa, what has actually happened is that equilibrium between democracies and authoritarianism has tended to favor the authoritarian forms of governance, such that it is easier for authoritarian governments to muscle out to capture democratic institutions than it is for the people to use democratic processes to make incursions into authoritarianism. And for the young people who have been observing this process, this message has been very clear. They have grown up with this dilemma playing out in front of their eyes. And so what has ended up happening is that whereas we have certain institutions and certain structures that retain the sort of idealism, the sort of passion, the sort of vision that we inherited from the 1990 movement, I would make the argument that the entire or most of the civil society as it exists today has its roots in the 1990s movement. So while we have that framing, and civil society comes from that institutional legacy, we have a generation that has grown up seeing reality on the ground as it is. As we say on Kenyan streets, kwa ground vitu ni different. So that what's then happened is that there is this miscommunication, that when the civil society is trying to talk to the youth, there is this conversation about how can we get you to do this, or how can we move you to do this. And what I'm seeing from my perspective is that the things that we need to see, the sort of agency that we need to see from the youth, we or you cannot give it to them. They have to get it for themselves. And so the question then is, it's not what we can do for them, it's once they have discovered it for themselves, how can we help to facilitate the process? And so for that, I want to then come to the last part of the question of what's the place of the civil society. And here, just 2 points. One is institutional, and then the other one, and then I'll discuss the other. So in this discourse about Gen Z framing and even who owns a protest or who gets the credit for the protest, that discussion happened earlier, and I like the discussion that happened earlier, and people are pushing back and saying, hey, it's not just Gen Z who are getting involved in the protest, it's not just Gen Z who are driving this protest. And this is my sense. In this discussion about activating specific segments of the population to get involved in the political process, from my perspective, I have this sort of dissonance. I have this paradox playing out, where on the one hand, I don't have a problem with Gen Z claiming the movement or claiming the moment. And the reason I say that is, for them, so when I see, for example, clips of young people saying, we are not our parents, we are going to mess you up, I don't have a problem with that. I have 2 interpretations of that. One, I don't have a problem with that. And then the second one is, of course, it's not true. And the reason why I don't have a problem with that is that if that is what it takes for you to get on the streets, for you to own your agency, if that's what it takes for you to believe that you have agency, then have at it. If what it takes for you to believe that you can actually shake things, you can actually move things, you can actually move the needle on democracy is for you to say, I'm not my parent, then fine, you go ahead and do it. But on the other hand, I have this understanding that because of how the game has played out between democracy and authoritarianism in Kenya, number one, we have the institutions. We have everything from the constitution to the institutions that we have, even the legal fraternity, the history of protests that we have. This is not something that anybody is going to wish away or rub away, and that is secure. So my sense in reading how this moment is going to proceed, there is that sense that I am looking at it from that sort of paradox, that on the one hand, I am interpreting it from a sort of psychological perspective, that people who are claiming agency in new ways, have the liberty to do that. But on the other hand, there are
institutions and legacies that are in place that are not going to be done away with overnight. And then the last point I want to talk about in terms of the place of the civil society is to mention this. In as much as we have seen this sort of marriage between demographics and technology, which is to mean young people who are digital natives, born in the internet era, social media era, using TikTok, etc. In as much as we have this marriage between demographics and technology, there is, particularly when I approach this from my perspective as someone who's actually been involved in organizing in politics. And in organizing in politics, I would summarize 3 of the things that you need to be successful in organizing in politics. You need messaging, you need mobilizing volunteers, and you need financing. So there are many other things you need, but those are at least 3 of the raw materials without which the process does not move forward. As someone who's been involved from a political process from that perspective, when I see the dynamism of young people involved in the political process now and on social media, on TikTok, on Twitter, on Facebook, on WhatsApp, wherever it is that they are getting involved, I still see that missing gap that, yes, you have gotten activated, but to move from where you are now to actually being able to tap into that to get solid political processes, there is a maturation that needs to happen. And that's, from my perspective at least, that's one of the spaces where civil society can play a key role, because there's all sorts of questions that have to be processed from there, because there are funding conversations that have to be had. For example, in the questions of civic technologies, or civic tech, that as they call it in various spaces. As it is right now, we have various young people in Kenya just on volunteer basis, in their own free time, coming up with simple tools to engage with the political process, whether it's public participation, whether it's mobilizing people, but looking at the sort of sophistication it takes to be able to move from organizing in your free time, organizing a tool in your free time, to, say, for example, organizing a political movement that can challenge, an institution, for example, like ODM. That's an entire, realm of change that needs to happen. And there's everything you need to activate different institutional partners. You need to get funding. You need to have people in the room who have critical thinking in terms of the philosophy of technology. Because some of the things that are happening on technology, on digital media, strictly speaking, we don't want them to mature. There's even as you're having, dynamism on social media, we're also having bullying, for example. And the full maturation of some of these habits, once they mature, would actually not be something we'd like to see. But for us to be able to harness this opportunity of digital activism without the consequences of, what happens when it is not disciplined, you need to have institutions in place. You need to have institutions that are coming in to help people think in a more disciplined way about what is actually the end goal or the maturation of, what you have brought on the table. So thank you for the opportunity for that.
Wow. I could see a few people going like, that was a lot. And I think the importance of this panel was also to just give you those tips, because when we are talking about organizing and building a movement and talking about democracy, we also need to appreciate what we are up against and what we need to think about. Because, as he mentioned, the political parties are quite strong. Whereas they change every so often, they are quite strong in how they are financed, resourced, structured, and they have their various mechanisms. And we need to be aware of that and also think about it critically. The other thing is, what is the role of civil society in terms of also shaping the conversation, not honing the conversation, shaping the conversation, helping shape the conversation, being a facilitator and not an owner of the movement. And I think that is one of the big things that I believe we will take away from this is, how do we support? Playing a back seat, but a strong back seat, not a laissez-faire back seat, because it's not your movement, it's not your generation, it's not your time. How are you part of the movement and creating support mechanisms? So I want us to stop there with my panel for a few minutes. Don't worry, I'll come back to you. And then hopefully get what has been happening online. So is it possible to project the views of the citizens? Can we see the results of your scan? They're coming up? What did you say? Do you want to see? They're still coming up? Okay. So I want someone who can actually not ask a question. Remember, I gave you a task before you went for lunch. Who can actually articulate what is their rallying call from this conference? How have you appreciated the conversation on democracy? And how do you think we should move ahead? So we'll go into a few 2-3 questions. 2-3 comments, not questions. Please remember, it's not a question. It's actually your experience. So let me see hands. 1. Sorry, 2. I actually seen 1, 2. Any other? 3 at the back. So we'll take, did I see a 4th before I move? Okay, so we'll take 1, 2, 3.
Haya. Ita change language. Ametupeleka mbio sana. Kizungu kibao. Kwa majina naitwa Ouma Osera. Natoka Huruma Mathare. Na huko ndio shagu kwetu. Asanteni sana. Mazee ICJ na hii foundation tunashukuru sana kwa sababu nafikiri kutoka last year kukuja this year. Hii ndio debate imekuwa serious na wananchi. Mimi nazungumza tu Kiswahili, wewe mueleze. Juu niko home. Imekuwa debate serious na hii generation change ama generation gap imediskasiwa na kuanzia mwanzo imekuwa ni topic. Na sisi kama community level na timu yangu tulianza kuidiscuss 3 years back. Tunaidiscuss katika movement, kuuliza wenzangu pale na hawa, tunaizungumzia juu tuliona ni kama kuna kagap pale. Kwa sababu vijana wanasema wazee mlituuza. Amuku tusaidia mliwacha gap. Sisi tunawaambia pale tulianzia tumewachia, ichukueni kutoka hapo, endeleeni nayo. Hatutawazuia. Na nimesikia ndugu Eric amezungumzia pale na ndugu yangu ameeleza kuwa upana ingawa ilikuwa ni teke. Yote tunakubali. Sasa ile kitu ya kwanza tena najaribu kupongeza ama najaribu kuangalia dadangu pale amesema tumekosa wafanye biashara na ni mambo serious na ni deadly. Kuna some institution pia tumekosa kwa hii room. Kama saizi ukiangalia demo zikifanyika, mbeleni enzi zetu hatukuwa na department ya medics. Nakumbuka medics hawakuwa katika demo na whatever. Saizi imagine kuna medics wanakam, wanakuja wanaenda kwa demo na wamejipanga na wako hapa. Inatusho nini? Vitu zinaenda zikichange, vitu zinaenda zikigraduate. Na medics nani anawafund? Si government inawafund. Well wishers, mimi huyu ule mwingine unatoa bob, unatoa 2 bob. Hiyo inatuonyesha kuna change moja inakuja maridadi sana katika system ambapo tunawanid wapi kwa hii sector. Kumbuka mbeleni Kenya kama ulikuwa hizo enzi, mama yangu yuko pale, Musao yuko hapa. Tulikuwa na movement kitambo tulikuwa tunategemea makanisa. Walikuwa natupatia frontline, Njoya mzee wangu, na tulikuwa na Ndingi, na tulikuwa na Mutava. Saizi hatuwezi hesabu makanisa malipopote. Kwa sababu majority ya hawa vijana na sisi tunabelieve makanisa ndio wametubetray. Wakati tulikuwa tunaongea kuhusu constitution 205 hawa walikuwa wanasema yes, si tukisema no. Tukikuja 2010 tukisema yes, hawa wanasema no. Saizi huyo jamaa walikuwa naye upande wa no 2010 ndio tena walimweka kwa power. Saizi tena ni kama wamepiga kona, yani wamepiga gome, wanamruka kidogo. Kwa hivyo inatuonyesha nini? System ya Kenya inaenda kichange. Hii group tuko nayo sahi ni watu wa 208. Hawa vijana watusumbua. Jeshi ya Kibaki, education for free. Na hawa vijana ni wa smart. Na hawa vijana wanatafuta kila kitu. Amekaa, ameboeka lakini agoogle kitu. Atapata exactly hiyo kitu umemfichia, ataget hiyo information. Uzuri pale nawapendea, kitambo sisi tulikuwa tunajua first 11 ya Manchester United, lakini hatujui first 11 ya national team ya Kenya. Hao wanajaribu kujua. Hapo inatuonyesha nini? Kuna creativity mali. Ndugu yangu atakubali kwa hiyo game. Sasa hii sisi civil society, hata nyinyi ama sisi nikiwa hapo, tunanidi pia kuchange game ama kuchange tactics, kwa sababu hii kitu inaenda ikitutoka. Na civil society wengine wetu pia ama majority wetu pia tumezoea hii system ya kutumia watu, na hiyo game pia lazima tuiache ama lazima tuibadilishe. Kama tutaweka hao vijana karibu, siku moja watakuja kwa hizo ofisi, wakimaliza na hii gava watatana hapa, tujui, lakini ni harufu iko, watapiga tu gom mara moja kwa neba ya mwano unakutwa na mambo itaishia. Kwa hivyo sisi kama civil society tuna need pia kuchange tactics. Donors kwa njia nyingine, nikiona harufu ni kama hao pia kuna kitu wanasemalia kwamba big NGOs kuna vile pia wana betray hao watu hapa chini. Wengine wao pia ni kama wamekasirika, wanaenda direct kwa CBOs, wale watu wako kwa grassroots. Na hiyo kwangu ukiniuliza ni powerful, kwa sababu issue iko hapa chini. Issue haiko huko Lavington. Wale watu wanafanya hizi vitu wako hapa chini, na hizi issue zinawahusu. Tufanyaje? Political realignment tuna need kuizungumzia sana dadi, na ni kitu na political education. Mama yangu pale Njeri Kabeberi ameifanya sana akiwa kwa CMD, ilipotea. Tuko wapi? Asante sana.
Thank you very much. No. I already done my 4 count, so you'll be number 5. So number 2 was that.
Thank you. I'm
just
Antoinette.
I will task someone to just highlight what he said in English at the end, because remember we have bilingual speakers. We're just not the Kenyans. But for
someone has volunteered to do it here. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay. So, my name is Antoinette Kankindi. I teach at the law school at Strathmore University. So you are asking for a rallying cry, and that it's this one: take the truth to the people. I'll say 3 reasons for that, though there could be many more. Yeah. And the first one is that it became like a repeated thing from Wednesday to today, that the people have to hold the government accountable, but are not equipped to do that. The constitution of this country has provided for ways of doing that, but it doesn't seem to be so easy to do. So I believe that if the people are going to hold anybody accountable, they should be trained, equipped, they should be helped to devise their own strategies, because they know their own needs better than any outsider to do that. That's the first reason. The second reason is, please don't throw stones at me, but you can, because you're free. Yeah. You have to break the walls that surround civil society organizations, because they are like, sorry to use this infamous word, they're like cartels that are that have their own structure. So, and you have to just attend a few meetings of where civil society organizations meet, and you see the same people talking to each other. So that wall have to be able to take the truth to the people. That wall has to be brought down. Yeah. The other reason is that maybe I'll put like 2 reasons in one. I don't know how, but I'll try. Yeah. The other reason is that the first one is that if we have corrupt leaders, they come from our communities. We have to reckon with that. We cannot say they are not our own people, right? So there's something that happens at the level of the community that has tolerated, if not enabled, their corruption. So that thing has to be cleaned there if we are hoping to find alternative leaders from the same communities. right? So the other thing I want to squeeze in here is more complicated. Yeah? I don't even know why I can try to squeeze it in here, is that we have to reckon with the fact that the agenda that our leaders drive most of the time is coming from outside. There are vested interests from outside that have nothing to do with the interest of the people. So if maybe the reason I'm trying to squeeze them together is the kind of corruption that can come with that. So if the people are going to try and clean up that, yeah, it's part of the truth we have to take to them. They have to know that there's someone who's pulling the strings and policies are being imposed on us, not because they are on the manifesto that was promised to us, but because they are on the manifesto of someone else that we don't know. Yeah. But that someone else could be known. Yeah, it's possible. And I think that role of the civil society to give to the people the truth about that behind the scene, pulling all the strings that twist the interest of the people and replace them with vested interests from other quarters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. I like how Mwalimu started with a very nice thing. Take it to the people, take the truth to the people, and then broke it down. I was seeing everyone writing, so we have feedback, take it to the people, break the cartels. We have feedback here around how we need to be part of the movement. So reflections, you don't need to answer. Remember, it's reflections. This is an open session. So this is where we speak our hearts, yeah? So I thought number 3 was here. If my memory serves me right, number 3 was here. And then number 4 was, that was number 4.
Okay, thank you very much. I think for me, my rallying call from this conference is that we must protect our constitution at all costs. All of us here, immediately from this conference, I think we should make it our responsibility that we must guard our constitution from anyone, be it executive excesses, be it the kind of police brutality that we've recently seen. We must protect our constitution, because the challenge of leadership that we have on the continent, or even in Kenya to begin with, I think is the challenge of implementing the constitution to the very end, to the latter. We can't start talking about amending the constitution when we have not implemented what we already have at the moment. Because if we implement the constitution as it is right now, I feel like we are going to be a more democratized country. And in connection to that, of course, I also think that we must immediately push back against any attempt to curtail the constitutionally guaranteed rights. There is this draconian bill that is being pushed by Esther Passaris. We must immediately push back against that. And I said, if no one is going to go to court, I think I'm going to personally draft a petition to challenge that, because there is no basis. There's no basis. If you look at what she's talking about, there's no basis in terms of the substance and a justification to try and limit the right to demonstrate to Kenyans. And then secondly, I also think that we need to take the gospel of democracy to the grassroots levels, because the easiest way to keep this movement alive, the easiest way to keep the push for democracy alive, for me, is to raise a critical mass of citizens who are enlightened and understand the fundamental tenets of democracy, so that in the end you don't feel like it's a favor that somebody owes you, but it's actually your right. Because if you go back to the social contract theory, is that we the people, we have donated our rights, some of our liberties, to this agency called the state, or the government. And so in exchange for that, there are certain things they're supposed to do to us. They have to guarantee security. They have to guarantee an environment to do business. They have to give us a better education system. So it's not a favor they're doing to us, but it is our right. And Article 1 of our Constitution is very strong in this, because we, the people, the sovereign power belongs to the people, right? So we can take back our donated rights if the government is not willing to honor their end of the bargain. And then lastly, what I also think is we must invest much time and a lot of resources to train the next generation of African leaders, in my opinion, because much of this talk will only continue, or we may continue talking like this, and we end up achieving very little if you're not focusing on raising a generation of African leaders who actually understand democratic values, and entrench democracy when we get to capture power. I saw statistics saying that by 2050, Africa is going to, have the youngest workforce in the world. And so it means we must have a generation of leaders who are very progressive and who can think in a way that is going to, create wealth for the continent and create job opportunities for the people. But if we continue to have what we have currently, I think we are headed in the wrong direction. And I think also, lastly, it's cross-generational collaboration between the old generation and the younger generation to actually capture power. We must talk of capturing power. The older generation bringing their strategies, their wisdom, while we bring in our wisdom. The older generation bringing their strategies and wisdom, while we bring in our energy and our dynamism and our progressive ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have gotten a bit of feedback. I apologize that we were not able to project, but my oh my, aren't your views fantastic? And I hope that in the development of the communique, we will be able to share this, because for some of you, you speak with your words. For some of you, you speak with your fingers. And I can see that some of you did 140 characters of something so powerful. So I'll just read a few things here from you. You can authenticate that they're from them, right? So what is the rallying call from this conference? You have answered: to create and strengthen institutions that are reliable and accountable. Deliberate conversation in different spaces. Collaboration. Structured dialogue is important for meaningful democratic change, but it must happen and we must set timelines. So we're just not going to talk forever. Very thoughtful. We need action or implementation of everything we have discussed today. Democracy is our duty and our right. Let's rise together to defend it and protect voices and build a future where power belongs to the people. From protest to power, let's build democracies that work for all, regardless of age, gender, orientation, class. Very specific. We need to build solidarity to unlock real change. We need to be part of the change. All of us need to be part of the change. So I think there's an emphasis on not only the youth movements, but all of us. We need democracies that work for the people. We need to demand for accountability, participation, and justice now. We need to see the interconnectivity of democracy in all spheres of our lives. We all have a joint obligation to fight for these rights in this region. That was the first question. I've just sampled a few. We have gotten 32 responses, so if you haven't responded because you're more than 32, feel free to respond. What should we do? And maybe you can reflect on this as a panel. What should we do? We have been told that we need to have more public awareness on democracy issues. We should organize across generations, build civic literacy, amplify our voices through digital and grassroots platforms, and push for policy reforms and dismantle corruption and promote transparency. We have been told that we need to listen more, engage youth in the communities, drive change through legislation and people-centered movements.
We need to relentlessly speak truth to power, organize, mobilize, and stay awake. You hear? We need to strengthen linkages between the grassroots movement and civil society. That one has been said quite a number of times. We need to protect and promote these initiatives. So we need to safeguard our own spaces. You are calling for that. We need to empower more people. We need unity of purpose and leadership. We need to work as a team. So there's an acceptance that we need to work as a team. Where do we need to strengthen? We need to strengthen young civic engagement and intergenerational dialogue, legal empowerment at the grassroots level, and accountability mechanisms within the institutions. We need to strengthen our advocacy. We need to work better on legislation and implementation of legislation. We need unity, because each and every group is important. We need political education, and we need funding. It's here. I'm liking the fact that someone said it. You need funding. Public participation at the grassroots, accountability, resilience, fiscal coordination and cohesion between CBOs and people agitating for democracy. Wow. Public participation as an element thereof of just judicial independence and accountability. So I've just sampled a little bit about what we have said online, but what I'm hearing is there is a cry, a rallying call, that generations are feeling like some are moving without them, some have dropped the ball, some people are in cartels. So I'll ask Mule, because you're in the movement, to speak to that. Sorry, Mule, as a big brother, I'll throw you under the bus there. So Mule will speak to that. I will ask Lynette to speak to the question of funding, because resources have been asked for, and I think, unfortunately, you might be the only one who can speak to that. I will ask Eric to speak about intergenerational dialogues and how we can do more, because what my brother said right here was very important in terms of CBOs being left behind. I mean, CBOs doing the thing, grassroots organizations doing the thing, and then big entities not being there, but also how do we create those linkages and how do we work together, strengthening advocacy. There is a call for democracy and governance and elections. Where do you see the future, and how do we strengthen these institutions? And last, of course, I'll tackle politics with you. How do you think we can cascade political education in a way that it's not infiltrated? Because if you go down and say we are teaching everyone political education and the tricks behind the parties, they will come and tell you the wrong tricks. So how do we become smarter? Because we need this education to beat them at their game. So how do we go about it? So now that I've given everyone their question, and everyone, I believe by the time it comes, you'll have processed your answers. Mole, first bite at the cherry. And as you answer your question, I would want you now to speak in the sense of, if you were to give a communique, you would say, I would want us to do. So speak like that at the end.
Okay, I'll try. Let me speak to the movement issue. When I was reflecting about this, and I think it has come out a lot, and there's been this conversation, especially in the country, especially because of the issue of the Gen Zs, the question about where the people who came before, whether they are any important or importander, as I had somebody mention in another forum. I think the question for me, if you look at our history, go back to the struggles of this country, all the African countries, who fought for independence? How old were they? Who fought for the so-called second liberations, the second waves of democracy? Who were fighting for them? So you'll find that all these young people have been consistent throughout the history of our politics, the history of our democracy. In other words, it's everybody who has been in the struggle. Nobody has been left behind. Nobody has not attempted to participate. Nobody has not attempted to deal with the struggles and the poison of their times. So these struggles have been out there. So I would not want to create a disconnect between the different struggles which have been waged over time. I think, and I agree with you, I totally agree in terms of the interpretation of the struggle by the Gen Z in their own fashion, and they need to understand it in their own fashion. In fact, the words that you made in terms of, the call that you made in terms of allowing them to understand it, because that way, that was the only way they were going to get themselves to participate in the street, to get in the streets, to get much more agency, then that should be let to be. Now, the question for the rest of the people, and where the question about the movement even comes in, is, you know, when the conversation about this Gen Z, last year, we had this conversation in the estates, and I kept telling my colleagues, this struggle is in the house. It is not for Ruto. It is in the homestead. You have Gen Zs in the same house. They are asking very simple questions. They're just asking, can you be honest? The law says this. Why are we going this way? And I made a funny point with my male colleagues where I said, you know, they are going to start asking you. They're going to come home one day. They say, Daddy, are you having an extramarital affair? And they'll want to a very straight answer, because there's been a culture. It looks like there's been a culture of people being disingenuous in nearly all the spaces, whether it's the political spaces, in the social spaces, in the economic spaces. We don't have our business leaders here, but if you were to ask them what goes on in industrial area, if you were to open those roofs at night, there's a lot which goes on there. So people are looking. I think what the Gen Z is asking is a question that everybody is supposed to be asking. Can we just get honest answers? Because once we get these honest answers, then we are able to chart a way forward in terms of how then to interpret them and move to the next step. So for me, the movement is a movement. So when somebody says there's this group and the other group, for me, I think it's neither here nor there. I think what there is I think the question again he raised about the role of the civil society. Let the civil, where I am working, can ELOG and the other people in that space interpret the struggle for themselves and interpret the struggle in a manner when they already have the facts on the table that we do have a generation which is out there. It is participating, it is interpreting the struggle in their way. So what is ELOG's struggle? How do they relate with that? I think if everybody asks themselves that question, then we're going to find a confluence, because now we're going to be honest with ourselves. And then remember also that the setup of Njeri is here. So again, you're right in terms of the civil society emerging from the second wave, the 90s. What was the reason for the formation of this very many different civil society, very robust civil society organizations? It was because they were trying to act at the behest of the same people, of the people. They believed it was the citizens mobilizing and organizing themselves to be able to push back against the excesses of a state. That was a story which was there. It should be the story, only that we must admit there's been some level of artificialization and commercialization of these platforms. And that is where the disconnect is coming from. That's where the Gen Zs will feel, maybe tutawasalimia siku fulani. Even this particular individual, because we feel there's a betrayal of some sort. Because the genesis of it, the genesis of their story too, was a story of the people. So I want to agree with Mwalimu on the corner there from Strathmore, that we need to, all these things just need to be revisited, reviewed, and we get back to where we were. If anybody has moved away from the center, they need to go back to the center. If you come to the center, you'll find the Gen Zs there, because they are already there. And we'll define the struggles as common struggles. And therefore, for me, the movement is one. It's only that we are making misinterpretations of what is going on. When he was speaking about the issue of what is happening on the ground, he's talking about his own children. He's talking about what they are doing in his own family. Is a family at discord, therefore? Because if you're saying there's a discord at the communal level, at the society level, then it means even in our homes, there's discord. But are we allowing that to happen? We are trying to understand each other in those spaces. So let's do the same in the national space and in the country space. In terms of what was the last question? The way forward.
Your tie out. How would you want to leave this conference? What is your last word?
I think for me, there have been calls. I'm very interested, and again, this is a people thing. Before I say that, let me just say, I used to ask the late Wafula Chebukati when we were speaking about engagement of the people. I used to tell him, every time I met at that board at IBC, the day I see you in a meeting with Njuri Njeke, in a meeting with the Kaya elders, in a meeting in Kayola with Mama Mboga and discussing the issue of our elections, then I'll start understanding you're really conducting elections for the people because you are interacting with them. So the direction that Mama was talking about in terms of taking this thing to the people is the direction we need to go. My last call is there's this conversation, there's a very big conversation going on. Because we are at a junction, there's a need for us to have a platform, national dialogue. So I strongly support the direction that is taking in terms of, can we have a stopgap point? And we sit down and have a very honest conversation in these countries, not just in Kenya, but I think across the region, so that we can now be able to redefine and chart the way forward based on a realization that watu wamewachwa kubeba ufala moving forward.
Yep. Extremely powerful. Let's tell each other the truth. Let's move in honesty. And let's chart a new way forward for each other, together, in unity, because we are all part of the movement. Very powerful. Lynette, the big question on funding.
In the spirit of speaking the truth, so yes, we are all aware that, funding is decreasing, and someone made a statement, I think yesterday or the day before, and I can't unhear that statement, and she said, independence is money. That's a very heavy statement, because it's almost then to say, depending on who funds you, it will determine the extent to which you're free. That said, we are seeing that funding is shifting in the sense that the private foundations that are investing in civic engagement are declining. I think even in East Africa, there are not more than 5 foundations that are supporting that work. We are aware around institutional funding from the different governments that's going, down, and countries are starting to prioritize their own needs. So then what happens when that goes on? And then in that context, we then have the likes of Hanifa, who was discharged. I think they admitted someone in the spinal hospital today, and that was contributions from Kenyans, and young people and everybody. So while on one hand, funding is declining, we are seeing a lot of organic fundraising and support from ourselves. And could it be then that the more we lessen and lower the walls around civil society, maybe the more we can attract more resources from our communities? Perhaps that's the invitation. Now, the other pattern we are seeing is that we are seeing very new and young millionaires coming up, and millionaires who have a very deep belief in social justice, unlike maybe their grandfathers who are very capitalistic in nature. So then this is an invitation to start thinking about global solidarity, cross-border solidarity. How do the young people of this continent interact with other young people who might have resources, and see how that exchange of ideas and resources go? But that said, we also have to start thinking about how to reduce our costs as civil society. The grassroots movement continues to be very clear that there's a disconnect as to how resources flow to them, with our expenses being more and sometimes unjustifiable. I think that is somewhere we have to work on if we are having to build the trust that we want. So in terms of my rallying call, then what would I say? We say democracy is a long game. So we have to continue this journey. And the way to continue is that we must live People must live. Democracy is for people who are alive. And so for me, having worked with young people for many years, for me, my rallying call is that even as we think about democracies, let's think about the individuals in the movement. Think about the young person next to you and think about their mental health. They are a generation that deals with the world very differently from other generations. And so as we talk big words, think of the individuals that were on the street, the ones who've been amputated and all that, and think, how can we support at a family level, at an individual level, and then as an institutional level? But we must live to do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynette. Very powerful in terms of where the funding can be gotten, really, in terms of crowdsourcing, the GoFundMe pages that we have seen, but also in terms of tapping into young millionaires who have innovated and made legitimate wealth, caveat, legitimate wealth, and how they can plug into the movement. But something that you speak about, which I can imagine everyone, if given an opportunity, can say something, is the mental health of the movement. And I think that requires a day, if not 5, because if people were to start speaking about the mental toll that this entire agitation has costed them, then people would really unravel, because it is exhausting, but we have to keeping on. And I'm really glad that you actually singled out the question of mental health. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Wow, thanks. As we keep saying, it's also difficult to talk about very great people speaking. But I would like to begin by saying that I appreciate mental health is an issue. I appreciate people are tired, but we are not yet angry. I still urge us to get angry, because when you bring on board the mantra of being your brother's keeper, it means what happens in your next doorstep should be your concern. And it begins with very small things. Let me ask, how many of us are married? Sincerely, how many of us are married? And okay, let's not get there. How many of us, when we wake up in the morning, my assumption, I say marriage, I mean, I also make an assumption that we share the bed. How many of us, when you wake up in the morning, you actually say hi to your spouse? Not exactly hi, but I mean well, some hi. There is a story of a friend of mine who woke up and went to work while he left a dead wife in bed. And so you cannot be your brother's keeper when you can't remember that you need to say hi to the one person you spend 12 hours or 8 hours with. So start looking internally, what is it about? And this takes me to the question of Ubuntu. I am, because, and so we are. So you're asking us, what do we need to do? And we are saying, number one, I need to recognize that I am inadequate if you are not available. And therefore, the link between the older generations, the many generations with the young people is critical. And so the first thing I'll be asking, so what is it that brings us together? And if I can define in my own way what I think brings us together, is the question of what is the rebranded struggle? And out of that, we'll develop some strategy, develop some strength maps, and then ask, we need to coach each other, mentor each other, work with each other, and that. So I'll single out about 4 things that I think we need to think about. 1, how do we reduce appetite of holding onto power? Especially when you look at the positions, and I want to talk about Kenya first. We have MCAs, we have women reps, we have members of parliament, we have political appointees, the president has 43 advisors. Yes, so the question is, why? So that's something to think through. But I think it's a rallying point we can use to start engaging again. The other thing is, how do we stop unhygienic political behaviors and practices? Very unhygienic. One, how comes that we have, I think, a senator in this country who was a governor? And my fear is that the day he'll be defeated as a senator, he'll go and vie for MCA. How do we deal with that untidiness? Because then it makes politics look like a career for wealth creation for a few people. And I think someone was in court today to discuss term limits for MCAs. I think there's a petition already. We need to think about that. How do we stop what I call institutional incest? Now we have ODM and Kenya Kwanza and many other political parties on the same wave. They don't oppose each other, but how do they get into parliament? They go on different tickets, isn't it? Yes. That kind of incest needs to stop, because then it pours cold water on the principle of separation of powers. And that is something we need to think about. The other aspect for me is the culture of weakening institutions. And I think in this country we talk about visiting and revisiting. And what does that mean? Defunding. What does that mean? Victimization. What does that mean? They will weaponize all manner of institutions towards us. So this is what I'm saying. We have very good points for us to work together. And so my rallying call today is rebrand and reposition African democracy in the hearts of the ordinary people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. I agree completely. There was something that happened, I think, in 2021, beginning of 2022 maybe, the conversation around the political parties and the creation of coalition political parties. And you know, some of the people here actually went to court around why should we create coalition political parties and what does that mean for independence of political parties and independence of parliament. I would like to say that we have indicated in terms of what we said, in terms of what that would do in weakening of parliament. So I like that. Let's strengthen institutions. Let's call it out for what it is, because ideally, if you are now one, you should cross the aisle and your seat should be vacant. Because the... Pardon? Exactly. We should re-elect you. So I agree that we need to have a conversation around how we hold politicians to account. We need to actually think about how do we, and someone actually said it, the recall process. Can we have an honest conversation around how bureaucratic the recall process is in our constitution? I will leave that pending. I will not say anything. I will just leave that permeating in the air.
Thank you so much. They have always said that if democracy is what is bringing the problem within your governance, the only option you have is to give them more democracy. And that is what is happening right now. What we have to accept is that democracy is transformational. It's moved from one step to the other. We have, as I said the other time, that we have realized the liberal democracy, the procedural democracy. Our Gen Zs are now fighting for substantive democracy. It's only sad that every time that we move from one wave of democracy to the other, blood must be shed, and there must be some wanton destruction of property. It's very unfortunate. But I will tell you for a fact that this is across what is happening across Africa, because our leaders have refused to accept deliberative democracy. Deliberative democracy is where the voice of the most vulnerable in the society must be heard in governance. It's not about winning elections. Democracy is not about you winning an election. And if there's anybody who is trying to vie for a seat or an elected leader here, where we are in terms of democracy, we are past where our other generation, like Jerry, fought for them. They fought for the liberal one, the procedural one. They laid the structure, the judiciary, the IBC. Now we are where we have to reflect that you must involve the people in your governance. Because unsubstantive democracy, and this is my running call, substantive democracy is truthful. It is very honest, and it is deliberate and real. You must be truthful when you are giving promises, and you must be truthful when you are governing. And if you are not truthful, I tell you, the uprise, you can't stop it. Look at all the elections that happened in Africa last year, in Botswana, in South Africa, in Namibia. All the political parties, those who are known, struggle. In Namibia, they struggle. In Mozambique, they struggle. ANC, remember ANC struggle for the first time. You can see how CCM is struggling in Tanzania because they have refused to have deliberative democracy to involve the youth. The lady who was here, who was very emotive while presenting, they have refused to listen to them, engage them, because substantive democracy is about direct involvement of citizens in governance, not only in winning votes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bon. I like how you always bring us back to substantive democracy as a truthful process. And I know that in the movement, a few of us have left the movement to join political parties. And that is actually a tell that political parties are hearing you. And they're hearing what you're saying, and they want to bring you close, but not too close. Not too close, just a little bit close. So remember this and hold them to account. Elections are not the end. Elections are a process. Elections are an affair, but democracy is for a longer period of time. So engage in the election, but we are building the democracy. We're not talking about the election only. We're talking about the democracy. So thank you very much, Bon, and I appreciate that. And I think in the next engagement, we should have political parties represented here. I think there's another constituency that is not represented, unless there's someone from unless there's the leadership of a political party. Yes. The next one, we will have them. So I want to turn the mic over to you. And as you're talking about political action, I'll give you a bit of a longer period for your call to action, because you have seen it play out. And a lot of the young people today are saying we are going to take power. And you know how the machinery works. They always say you know how the sausage is made, how the butter is churned. And for some of us, we don't know that. But we want to agitate for young people to be involved in political movements and in political parties. So as you're tying out, what are the advices that you could give young people today so that they don't fall in the missteps of becoming a more older generation such as we are and have not gotten the benefit of having someone who was in that process?
Thank you. Thank you for that opportunity. So I think today, in 2025, the first place we have to start, if you're talking about converting activism to political mobilization, the first place we have to start is the very, very real possibility of apathy, and which has all sorts of consequences. The discussion right now around IEBC, and it's not just right now. I mean, as early as last year, actually 2023, because I remember the ODM protest in 2023, ODM-led protest in 2023 included, part of that included discussions around the formation of IEBC. So the discussions around IEBC have been leading towards a certain possibility where, I've had people talk about, at this point, there's a possibility we'll not have elections. And looking at it realistically, analyzing what this means for this young constituency that has gotten activated and become active citizens, you have to first of all honor that possibility of apathy, where you just have this huge constituency that says, we are getting involved, but you're not going to get involved under the terms that we currently have in vogue. That's something that you have to seriously consider and seriously explore. If that is the case, what then? And the reason I'm putting that on the table is because when I listen to a lot of the discourse about around that, there is this sense where there is a trivialization of that aspect, where people are saying, yes, I mean, that's a problem. But what do? Let's just, participate where we can. And that is, in older times, because I have been involved, I got politically mobilized or active in the 2002 elections. And in the previous eras, this was an argument that could pass water. Someone would say, yes, we have problems, but let's just accept and move on. In fact, that was a common phrasing that we all remember from 2013 specifically, accept and move on. And my sense is that phrasing, that psychology has matured, has played its role. We have gotten to the end of that. Because this current moment we are in now, where people are saying, no, we are not getting involved in legitimizing a process that we do not believe in, this is real. And so that's a first conversation that we have to have, that accepting the possibility that this is actually going to result in real political, legal, security consequences all across the spectrum. We are going to have possibilities. And the other reason I'm also bringing this on the table is because before, when we used to surrender basically the agency of mobilizing people, active people, and I'll talk about this shortly, why it's so important for people to actually have boots on the ground. When we used to surrender the agency of mobilizing people to political parties, then we had this possibility of negotiated arrangements where you go to the streets, you make noise, people get shot or people get injured, you get hurt, and then there's a group that goes and meets somewhere. There's what is discussed, there's what they present, they say this is what we have agreed on, there's also what they do not tell you that they discussed. So that was an era that we had. Now we have this era where people are saying to do away with all that. First of all, nobody has been anointed as the leader of this movement. Nobody has taken, charge of this movement and said, I'm the leader, and nobody will be accepted as taking charge of this movement as the leader. So discussing that and breaking that down, that what is the maturity of this? How does this mature? How does that sort of protest or that sort of involvement in politics mature? And discussing that as a serious possibility, that's where we have to start. Now, having said that, I still believe that even as there is a significant constituency that is actively invested and mobilizing and saying, no, we're not participating in this election process, there still needs to be a constituency of people who say, okay, fine, let that proceed as it will. Let people go to the streets. Let people decide how they want to utilize their rights. But at the same time, there has to be a corner. There has to be a small slice or a small corner of the community, or however large it is, that is actively asking, okay, what do we do with this new energy that has been tapped in? All this new awareness that has come up. People are saying, I actually want to get involved in the political process. What do we do with all that energy, and how do we start to harness that? So we have to, so the first thing I want to say is you split that. That one, these two processes are happening simultaneously. There is an acknowledgement of the apathy and the real acknowledgement that this could actually mature into a very real constitutional crisis, and processing that. But at the same time, also tapping that and saying, yes, there's also a new constituency that has been activated, and figuring out what do we do with this constituency that has come up. And some practical suggestions or possibilities for this new constituency that has been tapped into, that is thinking actively and seriously about getting involved. This is one of the realities that when you practically get involved in politics, you realize that we have very robust dialogue, discourse, visibility even on the principle of democracy, the principle of the practice of our the principle of our politics. But the space around the practice of our politics is extremely murky, is extremely vague, obscure, and which then means because of that entire obscurity around the practice of politics, the cost of entry into the political scene is extremely high. So because what that means is that for you to deal with all that obscurity around the politics, either you have affiliation, you have a relationship with someone in the political process who says, okay, don't worry, I'll show you how we deal with these people at the nomination stage. Or you have some form of political capital or social capital that you manage to leverage into the political process. however you achieve it, the cost of entry into the practice of politics has tended to be extremely high. So the first place we have got to start is, first of all, breaking that down. And one thing I like about what has happened in the movement, particularly with regard to the practice of politics, is that the way it has proceeded, it has lowered that cost of entry. That is why we're now having, and I'll also mention this also with reference to Peter Kenneth in 2013. Don't worry, but that's why we have in this current moment people discussing the possibility of Maraga as a serious presidential candidate, the possibility of Omtata as a serious presidential candidate. And I'm putting this in the context that when we were trying to have these discussions, because I had hundreds, if not thousands of this conversation around 2022, and you're talking to people and figuring out, so what exactly are people seeing or discussing in the context of a politics? And people are saying, number one, we're not going to have a real alternative, or a real possibility of alternative outside of the recognized names in the political process. That was a real conversation in 2022, and that's why the logical consequence of that was I'd rather stay home than participate in that fuss. Now we're having this discussion where people are saying, actually no, I'd rather, even if it means I have to waste my vote, I'd rather waste my vote on someone like Maraga, or rather waste my vote on Omtata than participate in perpetuating the farce of elections that we have had before. So that's one thing that I like about how that the barrier of entry, people actually getting credibility in the political process, has come down. But this has to be broken down far below Maraga Omtata level. This has to go all the way down to the MP level, to the MCA level. It has to go down to the governor level. And for that, the first reality, and this is something that people mention all the time when they talk about politics, is that all politics is local. So the first reality then you have to come across with is that we can't have a discussion, for example, of politics in Nairobi and then appear to be speaking for the entire country. That's just not a possibility. It's not going to happen. The way discourse is happening, the dynamics that are influencing how politics is playing out in every single one of the 47 counties, in every single one of the MCA levels, in every single one of the sub-counties, the way the politics is playing out, even the way the interpretation of the Gen Z phenomenon and the movement we are in, it's playing out, it is unique to those specific levels. And this discussion we have to have a discussion about how does this translate to each of these levels. And for that, this is what again brings me back to what I just discussed earlier, that because of these complexities, when you combine the reputational aspect of getting involved in policy, and then secondly, when you combine the geographical scope of it, it becomes just very difficult to penetrate. So one of the roles that the civil society can play, being involved at national level and having access to many of the important actors at the national level, is interfacing with the political actors and figuring out how do we have this discourse about politics at the local level, connected to each individual, connected to each constituency that we can connect with, rather than having this very vague integrated discussion about the national level. There's no such thing as a national level when it comes to politics. It has got to be boots on the ground. It has got to be, how is this actually, even when a president wins the overall vote, they haven't won the vote because they won the nation. They won the vote because they invested millions of hours, billions of resources to get boots on the ground. And this is, I'll probably end on this note. This is something else that I realized in the course of getting involved in politics. So there are two parts. There are two parts to political actors. And unfortunately, the part that is most visible to outsiders is the ugly part, because people see the corruption, people see the malfeasance, which is very visible and very present. We have to be realistic, that is very existent. But at the same time, I realized not many people see how much hard work it actually takes to be a credible political actor. The sheer amount of work it takes to exist and survive and thrive in politics is unimaginable for the average citizen. At one point, I sat down and we did this analysis, because when you look down at how many hours a candidate would have to spend meeting constituencies from, meeting people, their constituencies all over the county,
And you calculated that in terms of if you were to translate this into the normal 8 to 5 job, what would this mean? And there's just no framework. You cannot translate the kind of work it takes to meet people on the ground, have meetings every single. You cannot translate that to an 8 to 5 job. It just does not exist. Because these are people, and that's why you find, I mean, all of you, we all come from some political context. You'll find your MP meets people, you'll find people coming to meet your MP for tea in their home at 8 a.m. At 8 a.m., you'll find people are aggregated that, outside their compound, they're ready to have tea with the MP. You'll find, the MP on Sundays, every day of the week. On Sundays, they're going to church. On Saturday, they were at a burial. After the burial, they went and met a separate youth group. So there is that other aspect of just the sheer amount of work it takes to construct a profile in politics. That is something else that we have to deconstruct, because there is this sort of romanticism that all these people do is just have meetings in smoky rooms and exchange deals, and that's how politics works. Yes, that's how one part of politics works, but what about the other ugly part that rarely gets to be seen? So if we're serious about deconstructing this and actually talking about the practicalities of translating the movement to actual involvement in politics, that's the other part that has to be broken down in terms of the work that it takes to be able to to process that. And I'll close this by just connecting, just one last line, just connecting the argument and the relationship between movements and institutions. Because this is something that we are living through. If you study sociology, the sociology of movements is something that you likely to come across, but we are living in a demonstration of this dilemma. Because what you have is that when you have a movement where people are protesting, people are going out on the streets, people are just, voicing their frustrations, there can be a temptation, and there's this dialogue. People are being told, no, get involved in the political process. This is the way to be heard, the way to be taken seriously is for you to make your vote count. And what I like about Kenyan politics is that, like my brother was saying, Kenyans are very smart. People are saying inikubeba ufala, because part of that exchange in translating from a movement to a political process is that it depends on who owns the political process. When you have the political actors and the political authorities having owned, having coerced, having cornered the market on political institutions, then you find that the protests that you have on the streets, when you start figuring out, okay, how do I actually translate this to a vote for my person, or translate this into a bill being passed that actually supports me, that process is okay. But there is so much shadiness and murkiness that is involved in that process that preempts that. It's very difficult for you to translate active insights from the movement into a political process. But on the other hand, in order to safeguard the achievements of a movement, there has to be work to translate that to institutions. You have to figure out, okay, the other side is working very hard to figure out how they're going to corner our anger through the institutional process. What is our role? What are we doing on our own to translate the honest anger we have in activism? How do we translate that to a political process? And what I've just gone through in terms of the realities of translating the political process, what I've gone through is just maybe a brief overview of some of the work that has got to happen for us to translate the conversation just from placards to votes and to actual political progress. So thanks.
Thank you. I don't know if Isaac has given us more work, because I wish there was a panel after this panel to discuss all the things he has said, because now he has given us a lot of things to think about in terms of, have we even started the work? Because we are now at placard level, we're at anger level, we have actions that we want done, but there are things that you have said that, in all fairness, where I come from, I had not thought about in terms of what needs to actually be done from today to 2027 potentially, in terms of identifying those young leaders who want to be leaders and how can we support, but also the profile creation of certain people and how much hard work goes into actually becoming the person you see today. So I think you've given us a lot to digest, and the essence of this session was to have a conversation around building democracies. We have had the conversation around building democracies in terms of what we need to do moving forward. We have had from the political side what needs to happen, the social side, the cultural side, the intergenerational aspect, and we have heard from each and every one of us in terms of some of you have voiced your sentiments in terms of the way forward, others have written, and whereas you might not know what your colleague wrote, you are almost all aligned. So if in this room of 80 people, we are aligned in terms of how we can see ourselves moving forward, can we ensure that we translate this to the 45 million of the Kenyans, to the upwards of 100 million of the East Africans, and to upwards of 1 billion in the African continent? May this conversation not end in Pan-Afric, Nairobi, Kenya. Can we commit to catalyze discussions on democracy in our various spaces? There is no great space, there is no lesser space. All spaces are spaces. From the churches to the schools, to the convenings, to the barazas, and to the conversations that happen under an oak tree. May you take this discussion around claiming back your country, claiming back your region, and claiming back your African continent for the better being of now, but also for the future generations of tomorrow, because it is our responsibility. I want to thank each and every one of you for being very attentive, even as the afternoon heat was slapping us. Kenyans today were dressed very warmly, but you have been betrayed by Mother Nature today. So some of you are struggling, but I believe the conversation has fueled a fire within you. So I'd like to turn this conversation over to Cheptum for guidance on the next steps, but at the same time request my panelists to stand up for a round of applause because you're the last panel of the conference. And as you stand, we will move to the front for the group photo as I hand over to Cheptum for our guidance notes as we close out.
Okay, good afternoon. We had a really insightful conversation. Mic check. Afternoon, everybody. We had a very interesting conversation. And for an afternoon conversation, it was very engaging. I think that's the quality of the panelists that we had here. So we have 2 agendas on our program. That's the closing remarks by Tina Alai, Vice Chairperson of ICJ Kenya, and that of Professor Ashil Mbembe. I'd like to split them in 2 groups. So I'd like Tina to close this section and Professor to give us the closing remarks during the gala dinner because I think we need to end on a high. I mentioned yesterday that ICJ Kenya and the Innovation Foundation for Democracy have entered into a marriage, and any good marriage must end with a banquet. So I believe so we are having the wedding feast at 7 p.m. Yes, we are having the wedding feast at 7 p.m. And I'd like us, after the speech, the closing remarks by our Vice Chairperson, we'll clear the room so that the hotel staff can make the place look wedding-like, sherehe-like. Yes. And I will hand over the program to Madame Christina.
Good evening. I know you're tired from seating. So first, as I start off, I just want to appreciate every nationality represented in this room for this conference. So No, not that simple. So when we call out the country, you get up and we give you the appreciation that you deserve. Now, Julie is looking at me like, will you remember them all? I will attempt. So our brothers and sisters from Museveni land, Uganda. Yeah, you remain standing. You remain standing. Tanzania. Sudan. DRC. Zimbabwe. Cameroon. South Africa. Mali. Huh? Benin. France. Mexico. Italy. We have Chad. And before we have the grand finale, Senegal. Senegal. I hope we have not forgotten any other. And of course, the grand finale, Kenya. Thank you to each and every one of you. Words cannot be sufficient to really appreciate the depth of the enriching and insightful discussions that these 3 days have had. I will tell the rest of our team that they missed a lot, even though I also missed quite a bit, but I attempted to follow online. So to each and every one of you who's participated on the panels, in the plenary, at the breaks, we thank you immensely. And to our marriage partner, the Innovation Foundation for Democracy, we really appreciate your partnership. I will not attempt to summarize. Particularly the last session has had all our voices speaking in and saying, what would be the rallying call? Where do we go from here? But I think on our behalf, I would like to say that this conversation does not end here, but it's really the beginning of the next chapter in terms of going back to our various spaces to reflect and ask ourselves, how do we now put in place concrete, practical strategies to take this forward? And so I'd like to give our commitment to say that we will sustain this conversation on our behalf, and we look forward to continuing to involve all of you as part of this conversation. But before I conclude, may I also just appreciate every member of the team that has made this possible. So to ICJ Secretariat led by Eric, Julie, please rise as we appreciate you all. Shukri, Duku. Thank you so much for making this possible. I leave with a number of reflections, but just to highlight two. We have had this contestation across the globe and across the continent, where some have asked, do we really still need to uphold democracy? We've seen the tide, particularly in the Sahel and West African regions, where we're beginning to see a move towards saying, if elections don't work, why don't we take an alternative route, which is coups rather than constitutional democracy? But I think what we have had in this room over the past 3 days affirms that even though we still have persisting tensions, new and emerging contestations around democracy, it still presents us with the best system to manage our politics. And so what we must do is to harness it from strength to strength, from generation to generation. And so let's continue to forge the solidarity. Let's put together our resources in kind, in money, in people, so that we can be able to move to the next level. And finally, one other thing that I've heard very clearly is that we need to invest in the people way. The people. We have set up the normative framework, the principles, we understand them very clearly, the laws, the rules, but how are we bringing the people along? And really that's where we need to put our investment and our attention. So without any further ado, I think the commitment we make is we will relay this back to you, what we have been discussing over the past 3 days, and look forward to taking this to the next level. Asanteni sana. Enjoy beautiful Nairobi for those of you who are visiting before you set out to the other parts of the world. And may God bless each and every one of you. Asante.
Hello. Those asking for photos, kindly scan the QR code on the screen. They're in 3 folders, so day 1, day 2, day 3.